East zone had the lowest, and then the highest was in the Southwest zone. In comparing the states, as said earlier, FCT had the highest with 2.47 per 100,000 population. And Lagos, followed by Lagos, Enugu, and Taraba had no fellows. There was a male preponderance of 3-1. So we have 75% of anesthetists of fellows in Nigeria being males. This is a graphical representation of the gender distribution. The Southeast had no females. So as well, the Northeast had no females. And when we look at Southwest, the number of females actually exceeded half the total number of fellows, while in the South, it approached half, but didn't actually get to half there. So in the Northwest, it was much lower compared to the other zones. The fellows are a major determinant for improving anesthesia workforce development in Nigeria, as we have earlier said, because of their predetermined roles in our tertiary institutions and even sometimes in the secondary healthcare institutions. The fellows need to be deliberate about workforce capacity building. We need to aim to replicate ourselves at the barest minimum, encouraging other physicians to come on board to train as physicians, to train as anesthetists, and encouraging them to come into the anesthesia workforce wherever we find them, whether in the secondary institutions or the primary institutions. We need to be advocates of our specialty and encourage these people to come on board so that we can populate the anesthesia workforce. Concerning the training of physician anesthetist providers, we need to encourage the training of, encourage more physicians to come on as diplomats. Because we have to realize that the anesthesia workforce is not only made up of fellows. We have medical officers in the Department of Anesthesia, we have diplomats, we have registrars, and we have senior registrars. We need to encourage training across the board, especially of diplomats, and recognize the role of diplomats and other physician anesthetist providers, even in the non-academic institutions. We need to recognize them, we need to encourage them, and further help them with their roles so that there will be more physicians coming on board to train as anesthesia providers. We need to provide incentives, still talking about training of anesthetists. Incentives need to be provided to encourage postgraduate training in anesthesia and critical care by providing a better work environment and opportunities for even people who come in to subspecialize even after becoming fellows. There should be pathways for this to make this seamless so that people are encouraged to have a career path other than just a career path in anesthesia to improve the specialty as a whole and improve quality of care for the patients across the nation. Talking about the 75% of our fellows being males, we need to ensure that postgraduate training, especially of female physician anesthesia providers, is encouraged. We need to create an environment that is friendly for them to come and train. So when these females know that the environment is conducive for family life, even to train as females, because these females have their own peculiar challenges, even in residency training. We need to encourage them further by making the environment friendly for them to train. We need to get more involved in surgical workforce relationship. As we know, we have surgeons, we have gynecologists, obstetricians, trauma surgeons, and other surgical subspecialties. We need to be advocates of our specialty. We need to do research with them training. We need to be involved in all the decision-making meetings in our different institutions. We need to not just be seen, we need to be heard. We need to contribute our quota to development in our different institutions, wherever we find ourselves. When we come out like this and we occupy different positions, it encourages other physicians to know that, yes, anesthetists are respected, and it will encourage them to come into the specialty. We need to strengthen essential and emergency anesthesia services in the primary and secondary healthcare facilities. We know that NSA has done a lot of work in this area by our webinars, by our different conferences, by extending different provided or donated items to all these institutions. We need to move beyond where we find ourselves, whether in the tertiary or secondary institutions, and reach out to all those other provide healthcare facilities all around our environments, especially in our zones. NSA has also provided a platform by creating zonal coordinators that can coordinate the different facilities and bring different anesthetists together to share and cross-pollinate and share ideas and encourage one another, so that the training can be better and we can better improve healthcare in our different zones and ultimately improve healthcare across the nation. We need to strategize, as I've said, to improve the number of physician anesthetics providers and specialists in all areas, especially the northern zones. We need to really encourage them. Sometimes when we're on leave or we have some time, we can go and offer our services. We can go and help train. We can even encourage them to come down to have better training opportunities in some areas like critical care, so all these things need to be addressed, and our strategies have to be well thought out, so that no part of the country is disadvantaged in getting quality anesthesia care. In conclusion, there is a severe crisis of anesthesia specialists in Nigeria. As we have seen, we have a wide gap of 0.82 comparing the whole nation, and also inequity across geographical zones. There's a gender imbalance of a ratio of 3 to 1, a male-female ratio of 3 to 1. And we have said, tracking the database of these physician anesthetists specialists in Nigeria is very important, as this will help us to plan. As we have seen, we can see the different areas where...
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Obembe and colleagues, for the paper. We are running into volume issues again, but we can see the slides and very impressive paper.
We are not just providers in the theater. We are researchers, we are leaders, we are trainers and when we train more of these physician anesthetist specialists, they will in turn be trainers. They will in turn train trainers, train researchers and leaders, and ultimately increase the capacity and workforce, increase capacity and the workforce in anesthesia and critical care. These are my references. Thanks for listening. I'll entertain questions at the appropriate time. Okay, thank you, Ma. We're done.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you.
You need to unmute, Ma.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing your valuable work with us in this conference, and thank you for overcoming all the technical hitches, bringing on your emergency management skills. Thank you very much. We deeply appreciate that. The next paper is going to be presented by Dr. Agadi, Dr. Labi. is a paper about ProSeal LMA versus endotracheal tube as airway device during laparoscopic surgeries. Dr. Alabi, please share your slides. IT, please, can you make him co-host so that he can share his slides? Dr. Alabi.
Dr. Alabi, your co-host now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You can share your screen, Dr. Alabi.
I don't know if you can see my slides, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Advantages they offer patients, and they have become increasingly popular. These advantages include small incisions, improved perioperative mobility, and short hospital stay. Hemoperitoneum is usually generated during these procedures, and it causes increased intra-abdominal and thoracic pressure, as well as increasing the risk of regurgitation and aspiration. Endotracheal intubation has been commonly employed during laparoscopic surgery. However, it has pressure response and airway trauma. The postoperative mask airway, however, allows for ventilation when high pressures are required. It also has a drain tube incorporated into it, which helps to reduce the risk of gastric aspiration. This study compared the safety and the adequacy of the tracheal tube and the postoperative mask airway as airway device during laparoscopic surgery. The aim of the study was to determine the adequacy and the safety of the postoperative mask airway compared with the tracheal tube as an airway device for laparoscopic surgery under general anesthesia in elective basket patients. Objectives were 1, to compare the duration and the ease of insertion of the postoperative mask airway with the endotracheal tube during laparoscopic surgery. To compare hemodynamic responses, and this includes the heart rate and the mean arterial pressures during insertion of either airway device during laparoscopic surgeries. To assess adequacy of pulmonary ventilation, and this included the peripheral oxygen saturation, end-tidal carbon dioxide, as well as the peak airway pressure between the two airway devices during laparoscopic surgeries. And lastly, to compare complications, which included gastric distension, airway trauma, and post-operative sore throat, following the use of the postoperative mask airway and the endotracheal tube as airway device during laparoscopic surgery. 88% adults scheduled for elective laparoscopy were randomly allocated into 2 groups, P and Group E. Patients in Group P had their airway secured with a postoperative mask airway using an introducer tool, while patients in Group E had their airway secured with the endotracheal tube after laryngoscopy. Airway device was inserted after induction of anesthesia and muscle paralysis. Adequacy of ventilation, hemodynamic changes, insertion characteristics, as well as other post-operative complications were evaluated. The results showed that the mean insertion time was significantly longer in the post-laryngeal mask airway group with a p-value of 0.001. Patients in group P, the post-laryngeal mask airway group, had their airway secured in average and 5 seconds.
Please unmute yourself, speaker, presenter.
Both devices caused a significant rise in the heart rate as well as the mean arterial pressure immediately post-insertion. Now, for patients who were in group E, patients who had their airway secured with the endotracheal tube, this significant rise in the mean arterial pressure as well as the heart rate was sustained up to 5 minutes post-insertion of the airway device. We can see that the red line, the red graph, illustrates the heart rate for patients in the endotracheal tube on this graph. The baseline was 92 beats per minute and increased significantly to 102.4 beats per minute immediately post-insertion of the airway device. This was sustained up to insertion after up to 5 minutes post-insertion, when it became 98.4 beats per minute. If you compare it with patients who had their airway secured with the post-laryngeal mask airway, we will see that the baseline, which is the blue line for the post-laryngeal mask airway group, was 94.8 beats per minute. It rose significantly post-insertion of the airway device to 98.3 beats per minute. However, a decline was now recorded subsequently. If the distance rise was not sustained, it began to decline and was almost at the baseline at 5 minutes post-insertion of the airway device. We will see also that as extubation, for patients who had their airway secured with the endotracheal tube, there was also another significant rise in the values of the heart rate and the mean arterial pressure. You can see that for patients in the group E, the red line, it has risen also up to 100.5 beats per minute on the average, while patients in group P, post-laryngeal mask airway, the heart rate was still very close to the baseline, 94.5 beats per minute, upon removal of the airway device. This is the mean arterial pressure change in the two devices, similar to that of the heart rate. The rise
Good morning.
was maintained in the
Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Hi, Isaac.
Where it was just immediate post-insertion and then began to decline up to baseline values. Same thing was recorded after removal of airway device. We can see for the post-laryngeal mask airway baseline 95 millimeters of mercury, while for the ETP group, the red line, it was significantly higher than the baseline, was at 100.8 millimeters. The mean SpO2 inside the carbon dioxide pressures were compared with both groups. Patients in group ETP recorded more soft growth with a p-value of 0.031. Patients in group 22.7 of them had soft growth, as against 6.8% in patients who had their airway secured with post-laryngeal mask airway. Also, patients who had their airway secured with recorded more oropharyngeal trauma, 22.7% as against 9.1%. The patients who had their airway secured with the post-laryngeal mask airway. This was also statistically significant. However, gas distension was seen more in patients who had their airway secured with the post-laryngeal mask airway, with a value of 6.8% as opposed to 2.3% in patients who had endotracheal to endotracheal tube during laparoscopic surgeries. Thank you. For the keywords.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your very valuable work with us at this conference. It looks as if we have come to the end of all the presentations for this session. I will now hand over to Dr. Obisheson to take the Q&A. Dr. Obisheson, please. Dr. Bilkis, are you there? Okay, looks as if my co-moderators are having issues with their network or something. So I could only see one question in the chat. I had said while we were presenting that we would put our questions in the chat. So I have a question here. I think it is on the paper presented by Dr. Onajino Obembe and co. The question is from Sese Udeme. Thank you for your presentation on snapshots of physician anesthesia providers in Nigeria. Please, do we still have the 356 fellows rendering services in Nigeria? I might have missed part due to network. Did you address the issue of brain drain and how it can be tackled, as this is the greatest threat to anesthesia workforce in Nigeria? Thank you. Can the presenter address that question, please?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Definitely, we are not sure how many we have here, as we stated the dates that we did the survey. Since that time, we have new fellows that qualified from the two postgraduate colleges, as well as people that have relocated. So like we said, a tap must be placed on the number of fellows. Once and again, we have to have a regular survey of these numbers in our country so that we can plan and strategize. As to the issue of relocation, one of the things that I stated in our paper is that we should encourage that, number one, people encourage more physician anesthetists to train, more physicians to train as anesthetists. So we can't really keep people from seeking greener pastures as it is, but we can mitigate against the dropping numbers if we encourage more physicians to keep training. So as people are going, more people are being added, and we're hoping that more people will stay than people that will relocate. One of the things we can also do to stem the issue of relocation is to encourage better remuneration, more incentives for anesthetists, opportunities for subspecialization and self-actualization. So if people are paid well and people see a career path and opportunities to subspecialize and improve themselves, even in the communities where they are, and they are appreciated for the work they do, they will probably stay. So, but having said that, there's nothing bad in going. The thing that is bad is not coming back to pay back and contribute. As we have seen, many of our members that trained in Nigeria have gone, but they keep coming back and helping to train other people. So I think what we should look at is giving back, no matter where we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. And of course, in addition to better remuneration and all of that, we also have to look at the issue of having the equipment to work with, the appropriate medications to work with, and the variety of them, which is why we have our colleagues from Komen, from Alpha, from HealthShare, and others partnering with us in this meeting. And I hope that they are listening, and they are also able to make available to us at affordable rates some of the tools and the medications that we need to do our work well. Thank you very much, Dr. Adesina, for rising to all the challenges that arose in this session. I'm going to bring this session to a close as we listen to comment. Comment, please.
Madam President is raising her hand. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for those.
Oh, somebody, I'm so sorry. Hold on, comment. Dr. Koje, hold on, comment, please. Dr. Koje,
yes,
what did you
Madam
say?
President is raising her hand. If you can acknowledge her.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I missed that. President, please, before comment comes up. President, are you unmuted?
You need to unmute yourself.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kalu, for steering the ship, even though the waters were a bit stormy. Thank all the presenters. I have 2 questions and a comment. Dr. Ifeanyi Agadi-Kene, I congratulate him for the presentation of the case report on glomus tumor. I wanted to ask about the, he said that the blood pressure was fluctuating intraoperatively, and then he used some vasopressors. I would be interested to know which vasopressors he used and the doses that were used for the patient. And then that is one. The second question and comment is to congratulate Dr. Adesina and Dr. Onojin Obembe for the snapshot survey. And to my comment is that retention of anesthetists is a problem worldwide. And then that was why, but it's even more heightened in the low and middle income countries, especially Africa and Southeast Asia, because most people will want to go abroad for greener pastures, to go and work or study more or specialize. I wonder, so saying that, it's hoping that more people will train and more people will stay. I don't think it will probably work out in that way. What I will suggest is that we should find a way to encourage people to stay by making the conditions of work better or more competitive or more impressive, and also by making the career progression less nebulous. For example, those with diploma, there is no real career progression. And then those with the membership of the West African College now, it's still not clear-cut how the progression will be, because we're still operating on senior registrar level. What happens with the membership when it is acquired? So that is what I think. But the comment is that the definition of a physician anesthetist, restricting it to only fellows, may not be the most appropriate. I think diploma in anesthesia is recognized, and now membership is recognized as a specialty qualification in anesthesia in Nigeria. And also, there may be some medical doctors who are medical officers in anesthesia and have got requisite experience and are conducting and giving anesthesia. So they may also fall into another group, the medical officers. So by the time you put all those groups together, you may have more numbers than just restricting it to fellows, which is the highest professional qualification for now in anesthesia in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and congratulations, everybody, once again.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And you're in a very good position to make advocacies for those things that you are proposing. And I sincerely hope that in the next few minutes, when we start the opening ceremony, those will form part of your speech, because I expect that we'll have the Federal Ministry of Health and other major stakeholders and decision makers in attendance. I want to thank Dr. Motayo Salami for his question and Dr. Alabi for responding. It's in the chat. Thank you very much. I think somebody else has asked a question which is also being addressed in the chat. Thank you everybody for your active participation, and thank you for bearing with us despite the technological hitches. Please comment, you have the floor now.
Thank you. Thanks for those wonderful presentation. And today my presentation will be divided into two parts. First, I would like to share a small video for you to take a close look at our product. And then I will make a brief introduction about our anesthesia machine. So wait a moment. First, I will share a small video.
How to build a Komen anesthesia machine. We need a heart to pursue perfection. We make the diversification reach its ultimate, applicable to different populations. We make our vision to extreme magnification. We adopt rigorous attitude. Put the machine to harsh environment test. We make our details to extreme. Selecting the optimal material all around the world. Extreme perfection, we try our best. Multi-angle, omni-bearing, real-time grasp the overall. We are based on clinical trials strictly, as we try our best to serve health and life with a heart pursuing perfection. Share with the world.
Okay, now I will make a brief introduction about the commercial advantage of our product. Wait a moment. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Isabel. I'm international marketing specialist in Common. Today, I'm very glad to be here to make the presentation to talk about the NSA machine of our company. First, you know that our company Common is one of the two suppliers in China who can provide the most comprehensive OR solution. For the NSA machine, we can provide the NSA machine from low end to high end market. Today, I will make a brief introduction about our high-end NSA machine AX900. I will make a brief introduction about the commercial advantage of our product and talk about the clinical application of our product. First, you know that for the NSA machine, it is very important to guarantee the precise ventilation during the operation. For our AX series, we can provide a very high-level precise ventilation. From this slide, you can see the breathing circuit of our NSA machine. The whole breathing circuit is autoclavable. That means the doctor can just need to disassemble it and then sterilize it by the high temperature. With the help of this compact breathing circuit, we control the ventilation deviation down to 7%. We also control the gas leakage down to 65 milliliter per minute, which means that it can guarantee the precise ventilation during the operation. In order to guarantee the precise ventilation, we also adopt some advanced software in this NSA machine. We adopt the machine with dynamic tidal volume composition technology, which can be divided into 3 parts, which include fresh gas composition, circuit leakage composition, and compliance composition. As a high-end NSA machine, our AX900 is equipped with electronic flow meter. We separate the screen and electronic flow meter, which makes the doctor much more easier to use it. The doctor just need to set the oxygen concentration and the total flow rate. They don't need to set the oxygen flow rate and neutral oxide flow rate. They just want to set one parameter, total flow rate, which can increase the operation efficiency during the operation. For our AX900, we also equipped this machine with the optimizer. Optimizer is a very important tool to help the doctor evaluate whether the fresh gas composition evaluate the gap between the fresh gas composition and the fresh gas volume delivered by the NSA machine, which can help the doctor to check whether there is a anesthetic agent waste during the operation. Now, all over the world, we have many international reference hospitals. In the Europe, in Africa, we also got many positive feedbacks from the doctors, from the end user. This is the cases. The doctor used our AX900 to make the surgical operation for the 3-month-old child. We also got the positive feedbacks from the doctors. For the anesthesia machine, you know that one of the sector to evaluate whether the anesthesia machine has a great performance or not is the ventilation mode. Our AX series can provide the most comprehensive ventilation mode. For this slide, I made the comparison with the other brand at the same level. You can see that our AX900 can provide the most comprehensive ventilation mode. That means the doctor can choose the ventilation mode, optimal by the real condition of the patient. Which means that the doctor we can provide more standard advanced ventilation mode, which can save the cost, save the budget of the hospital in some way. You can see that the comprehensive ventilation mode of AX series are covering almost the whole state of peri-operation, which include anesthesia, induction, maintenance, and recovery, and practice of spontaneous breathing. We also provide SIMV ventilation mode and the PSV ventilation mode, those advanced ventilation mode. As one of the most important medical equipment in the theater, you know that the quality, the safety of the anesthesia machine is very important. It can affect the result of the surgical operation. For AX series, our AX900 equipped with integrated with different ergonomic conception to guarantee the safety during the operation. From this slide, you can see the cumulative dose of the medication, which can reduce the incorrect operation during the surgical operation. The doctor on the screen, it can also display early warning of the consumption of soda lime, which can prevent the CO2 retention. We also equip the machine with a self-check test when you turn on the machine, and countdown of the system shutdown. We also equip the machine with some humanized consumption, like the misoperation warming, when the doctor want to set a very higher parameter during the ventilation. The next, I would like to talk about the advantage of the multifunctional design of our product. You know that for the anesthesia machine, it is very important to monitor the ventilation effect during the treatment. Our machine is equipped with 3 module slot, which means that the machine can be equipped with some advanced module like ETCO2, AG, and Bs. The module, the volume, and the waveform can be displayed on the screen by different color. It is very easy to observe it. For AX900, it can also display a maximal 5 waveform simultaneously. It can also provide 3 different pulmonary loop to help the doctor check whether there is a leakage, pulmonary leakage, whether the lung of the patient's lung is flattened. We can also equip the machine with the auxiliary function like ACGO, which can avoid the cross infection during the ventilation, which is very appreciated by the doctors during the COVID-19. We also can provide the auxiliary air and oxygen supply, which means that the doctor can be used as a gas supply for the other equipment in the theater. This is the drainage to collect the condensate during the ventilation. AGS, as it can be used to protect the machine from the negative pressure of the hospital. We also made the comparison between interface comparison between Common and other brand. You can see that our NEC machine is much more easier to observe. It is much more easier to set. You only need two steps to set the ventilation parameter. For the operation room, you know that there are many different medical equipment. So we integrated our AX900 AX series with very compact circuit design. It is very easy to manage it. It can provide the operation in surgical operation environment more clear, more tiny. The next, I would like to talk about our canister. You know that canister is used very often during the operation. It can absorb the CO2 and then the expiratory gas can be reused by the bracing circuit. You only need one hand to change it to change the canister. It is very easy to use it. To change it, we also equipped the canister with a bypass function. That means when the doctor want to change it during the operation, they don't need to worry about the leakage of the bracing circuit. It can reduce the anesthetic agent leakage during the operation. For AX900, as what I mentioned, is a high-end anesthesia machine. We also integrated this machine with a central brake. You only need to push this central brake to stop the whole machine during the urgent time. Okay, this is a brief introduction about our anesthesia machine AX900. If you have any question about our anesthesia machine, please post your questions here. If you want to get some more information about our product, you can also contact us, contact our local employees. This is their contact. This is their email and this their WhatsApp. You can contact us directly. Do you have any questions about our anesthesia machine?
It appears there are no questions. I haven't seen any questions in the chat. I haven't seen any hand up. So we just give a couple of minutes. Is that your last slide, or are you presenting something else? Comment?
No, this is all my presentation, today's presentation. Thanks for your listening. Okay. Thank you all, guys.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That is the end of this session. We are going on a short break now. We'll be back by 12:20 for the opening ceremony.
Two, the Monitor Board of Introduction to NV8 POW calibration. POW calibration, that is pressure calibration, should be conducted under following situations. 1. The value of pressure measured is inaccurate. 2. The monitor board of NV8 ventilator is replaced. Before we get started, please prepare 3-way Y-type hose, data cable, a small cylinder, respiratory circuits and light VT calibration instrument. Then we can begin to do the calibration now. Step 1. Connect gas source. Connect NV8 to our air and oxygen sources. Step 2. Set light VT. Using the controlling knob, we can enter into setting, in which we need to set the gas type to oxygen, and calibration device to PF300. After finishing setting, rotate the knob to return to high press interface. Step 3. Connect light VT with NV8. First, move out the top shell of NV8. Second, connect respiratory circuits to ventilator. Then let's pick up 3-way Y-type hose and connect the number 1 hose shown in the left-hand lower corner's picture to another end of respiratory circuits. Now, let's move to the ventilator's monitor board. Pull out 2 tubes marked 10 and 12. During this process, pay attention not to cause damage to both tube and board. Next, insert the number 3 and 4 hose to the same place of board. Then block the tube marked 10 using a small cylinder. After that, replace the original tube on VT with the number 2 hose. Last, to make VT communicate with ventilator, we should connect them by data cable. Simply connect one end of data cable to VT and another end to ventilator. Can the aim of data transferring be achieved? Step 4. Start POW calibration. To enter user maintain, put the password 5188. Then press calibrate. From here, we can select POW calibration shown in the right side. Then we will start calibration by pressing start on the screen. Now that we're calibrating, we can see the green progress bar move forward and shown percentage of completion change. The whole course will take approximately 10 minutes, and don't touch tubes during process, to avoid the failure of calibration. And the VT will also present the value and waveform of current pressure. Once the calibration is completed, the result will be displayed on the screen. If the calibration failed, please try it again. But if it failed several times, please contact the factory. Introduction to NV8 POW calibration. POW calibration, that is pressure calibration, should be conducted under following situations. 1. The value of pressure measured is inaccurate. 2. The monitor board of NV8 ventilator is replaced. Before we get started, please prepare 3-way Y-type hose, data cable, a small cylinder, respiratory circuits and light VT calibration instrument. Then we can begin to do the calibration now. Step 1. Connect gas source. connect NV8 to our air and oxygen sources. Step 2. Set light feeding. Using the controlling knob, we can enter into setting, in which we need to set the gas type to oxygen and calibration device to PF300. After finishing setting, rotate the knob to return to high press interface. Step 3. Connect light VT with NV8. First, move out the top shell of NV8. Second, connect respiratory circuits to ventilator. Then let's pick up three-way Y-type hose and connect the number 1 hose shown in the left-hand lower corner's picture to another end of respiratory circuits. Now,
Google Digital Skills for Africa. They give more than 40 online courses where they free. You fit learn new.
onye ọbụla omenala Igbo na-agụ agụụ na-atọ ụtọ ya ga-ekene egwu a ọ bụrụ ị ga-ekunye ọtọgba
Inside IS3 has pioneered the third generation of digital high definition, etc. Notes before use. 1. Check battery power. 2. Choose the right blade. Through the Insight Slider technology, IS3's length adjustable handle is applicable to all kinds of patients. A stretched out slider is suitable for adults, including patients with special somatotype. A drawback slider is suitable for infants and children. 3. Use shapers to shape the endotracheal tube, with the front end of the tube in line with the front end of the blade. 4. Operating points. Look straight at the patient's oral cavity and insert the tube along the midline of the mouth, with the front end of the blade reaching the uvula area. Look at the display to propel the laryngoscope and gently lift it up after seeing the epiglottis to get the best view of the glottis. Avoid pushing the blade too deep. Looking straight at the patient's oral cavity, insert the bending part of the front end of the tracheal tube into the patient's mouth from the right side and in the direction perpendicular to the long axis of the body. Rotate the tube 90 degrees counterclockwise and erect the tube to the operator. Through the guide of the display, push the tube into the glottis position, exit the shaper, and then continue to push the tube to complete intubation. You may need to exit the tube, reshape, and then insert it under special circumstances. Inside IS3 is a good helper, but what is more valuable is your experience and wisdom. Thus, IS3 is equipped with a multimedia sharing feature, and you can easily record a case in the picture and video for academic exchange, teaching, and sharing. Please contact us at www.insiders.cn.email:share@insiders.cn. Telephone 0755-845-09803. We are willing to help share your experience and wisdom. Thank you.
No other person.
SV800. This one looks at... Hi, Mark here from Connected Healthcare New Zealand. This is another video in the series for the Mindray ventilator SV800. This one looks at non-invasive ventilation, your basic settings, your patient data, what it looks like on the screen with the pulmocyte window, also how to set up your apnea settings and what they look like when they kick in. We're going to choose a new patient, adult, not pediatric. Rather than invasive, we're going for non-invasive. The symbol for the non-invasive is a face with a mask rather than an ET tube. You'll see the ET tube will disappear and being replaced by that symbol when we get underway. Let's go for a male of 174 centimetres, okay. Now that, like I said, that symbol has changed and we'll have a mode change as well. Let's go to CPAP with pressure support. Let's go for 21% room air. So you select the parameter, let's go with PEEP of 5, select, adjust, and then confirm pressure support of, should we say, 8. And all the other settings here can be selected, adjusted, confirmed. Okay. So we can start ventilation now. Now, when you see the patient take a breath, you'll see two things. All obviously a backup for apneas in the original settings that you put into the ventilator. If you want to check those settings, you pop the top left-hand corner where that pressure support V PSV button is, and you'll find the settings. Down the bottom, we've got the apnea settings there. So let's say OK, and I'm expecting that now that the patient has stopped breathing, that the alarm will come up now, and it'll just say apnea ventilation.
From International Marketing Department of Coleman, and today I would like to give a brief introduction of our SA defibrillator. So SA defibrillator have basically 4 main functions: AED, taser, monitor, and we have manual defibrillation. For the AED mode operation, you can just use the rotary knob to select AED.
Hello everyone. Today we are giving the demonstration of common 12 channel ECG machine, common CM1200B. This is CM 1200B ECG machine, 12 channel ECG machine. Okay, you can see this is very compact ECG machine. Okay, light in weight. There is inbuilt handle in this machine. Okay, you can see you can carry it with the hand. Okay, and let me switch on the machine. Okay, this machine has inbuilt 7-inch color display, and these are keys for the to enter the data and to use the machine. Okay, there is backlight key with the buttons. You can see there is backlight key, and there is there is a light in the back side of these buttons. Okay, so we can switch on that from the settings. Now you can see this is the paper tray. Okay, this is the paper tray. Okay, so in this paper tray you can use any standard size ECG paper, 215 mm, 215 mm paper, 215 mm paper you can use with this machine. Okay, and it is very easy to install and load the paper. Installed, and this is the handle, and this, let me show you the
Welcome to the Coleman launch event. It's very exciting to meet you all in cloud. During the COVID-19 epidemic, life-saving medical devices are urgently required. Coleman takes the responsibility and shares the technology of comprehensive healthcare to the people who are suffering from the virus. Ventilators, as the name suggests, is a machine that provides respiratory support. It plays an important role in saving lives of critically ill patients. At present, there are many ventilators on the market. They provide invasive treatment, non-invasive therapy, and special high-flow ventilation. Then here comes the question, what makes an excellent ventilator? I consider two things that are very important, efficiency and smart. Today, I'm very honored to introduce you our new ventilator, V3. The V3 is a powerful, comprehensive, easy-to-use, portable, and multi-scenario ventilator. It is equipped with a high-performance turbine supporting a flow rate of up to 210 liters per minute, while the lifespan is 20,000 hours long. With the support of a carefully designed control system, it delivers steady and accurate flow to the patient. Therefore, V3 can not only support all kinds of ventilation modes, but also support sufficient pressure during non-invasive oxygen therapy. The V3 screen can support up to 15-degree flip. Just like when we use a laptop, occasionally pushing the screen down and occasionally lifting it up. So it is in line with the operation habits. In addition to powerful and comprehensive functions, V3 is also a compact and portable ventilator suitable for multiple scenarios. The weight is only 10 kilograms, and it's equipped with a large battery with up to 5 hours ventilation. It can easily complete the transportation inside the hospital with a trolley. Both valves of V3 are designed to be tool-free on installing. Further, the valve is made of high-quality PPSU material, resistant to high temperature, high pressure, and extremely durable. V3 supports as many as 12 ventilation modes, can deal with all kinds of ICU requirements. The IntelliSyntac Smart Synchronization Technology, which is a patent algorithm of Coleman, refers to the function that the ventilator can automatically adjust the trigger threshold. Through extracting and analyzing the waveform features, The system will optimize the trigger threshold with adaptive algorithm dynamically according to the patient's lung characteristics. It helps to improve the man-machine synchronization, comfort the patient in breathing, and lower the workload from the caregiver during the treatment. In addition to the core algorithm, V3 is also equipped with a series of practical tools to improve treatment efficiency. Apart from the common tools of lung recruitment, side function, PV tools, and SpO2 measurement, here are two things that are worth to mention: the pulmonary view and the Winning indicator. The pulmonary view, which simulates the expansion and contraction of the lungs by animation, monitors important parameters such as compliance and airway resistance. It helps to illustrate the situation of the lung in real time and assist the caregiver in judging the patient's treatment efficiency. The Winning indicator tool is to help caregiver to determine the optimal time to extubate. The intensity of the patient's spontaneous breathing can be evaluated according to the measured value, so as to determine whether the pipe can be extracted and whether the patient will be re-intubated. At Komen, we continue to be committed to sharing our innovation and service to every customer around the world. It is our perspective to make a difference in healthcare by providing medical devices that makes work simpler, smarter, and more efficient.
Hello and good afternoon to all of the very distinguished participants on this platform of the 2021 29th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting coming out of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, West Africa, and on the virtual platform to the metaverse of anesthetists and anesthesiologists all around the world. Just to confirm that you are with me, can I have everybody who is online, all of our eminent representations, distinguished professionals and stakeholders, please indicate by show of hands and applause something that lets us know that we all together are on this platform and connected once again to, oh yes, I see everybody. Thank you very much, Dr. Job, Otakwala, Chiso, Msese, Teme, so many amazing personalities, Yunusa, Yusuf, Ali. Welcome, welcome, welcome from all around the geopolity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the continent of Africa, out of Asia, Europe, the United States, all of the Caribbean islands, and like I said, the world's #1 universal platform, MetaServe, which has to do with all of our virtual connections. My name is Dio Benjamin Slani, and today I have the privilege not of being an anesthetist or anesthesiologist, but simply of hosting your prestigious conference of professionals and all of the invested stakeholder interests when it comes to professional anesthesiology with the distinguished and eminent anesthetist. Out of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our pledge states to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all our strength, to defend her unity, upholding her honor and glory, so help us God. And that pledge sounds very much like the professional commitment of an anesthetist or anesthesiologist anywhere around the world. I'd like to invite us all now to please rise or get ready in a upstanding position for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. in freedom, peace, and unity. And in Nigeria, the first line of the second verse of our national anthem is our national prayer. And it is an expression by constitutional reserve to guide, to guard, to direct, and to hold accountable to national patriotic love every cause and every invested stakeholder promise that comes under this representation and framework. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Do I have an amen? Whoever we are, regardless of our tribes, our faith, our race, our gender, our professional backgrounds, our integrations, there is the power of that which, even in the medical profession, is stated as, we care, but God heals. And for the anesthetist, especially when it comes to the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, safety first. Safety is of God when it comes to life, but God invests the power and the blessing of this in people that have professionally come to a place not just of practicing, but from the heart of professional service, delivering that safety in the place of very challenging and significantly life-threatening conditions. Therefore, today, my name is Dr. Benjamin Slani. I celebrate all of these very eminent convergence of this profession and the eminent convergence too of the excellencies that are through the framework of this event, both digitally, virtually, and in the place of institutional representation here present. Today, very specially, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of, even if not in person, the institutional cabinets and distinguished representations, the executive governor of Kaduna State, our special guest of honor, Malam Nasir Ahmad El-Rufai, and his deputy governor, Kaduna State, the guest of honor, Dr. Hadiza Sabua Balarabe. Here today, we have the representation in the person of Dr. Amina Mohammed Baloni, the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Kaduna State, who as special guest, yes, is being represented by the SA to her office, Dr. Zara Bello. All this just to acknowledge the very distinguished, the very eminent framework of Kaduna State as a frontline forerunner state and investment when it comes not just to healthcare institutions, but healthcare professionals, the anesthetists, the anesthesiologists. And that is how come today we have as our chief host, Ahmed Undagas Hamidu, the CMD of the Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Zaria. Sir, we'd like to very properly acknowledge and thank you for all of the invested commitment in terms of human resource, as well as in terms of the framework of coordinating this event today. Thank you very much. My chairman of occasion and the chairman of the LOC together very, very properly in the protocols. In welcoming everyone, I have Professor Dauda Mohammed May Gatari, the Dean Faculty of Clinical Sciences of the College of Medical Sciences, ABU Zaria. He is our distinguished chairman of occasion. Thank you very much, sir. And at this point, I'd like to acknowledge with this recognition, the Vice Chancellor of ABU, Professor Kabiru Bala, and all of the representation of the Ahmadu Bello University and for the teaching hospital in particular. Along with this representation, I would like to acknowledge very properly the CMD, that is the Chief Medical Director of the Baraudico Teaching Hospital, Professor Abdul Kadir Musa Tabari. Professor, you are welcome, and we extend all of the distinguished greetings from the protocol to you as well. With us here today, I'd like us also to acknowledge the very, very distinguished and eminent speakers. Now, our principal hostess, I should say, is the president of the NSA. President of the NSA herself is an eminent professional and doyen of anesthesia education in Nigeria, Africa, World Health Organization consultant to Africa, Professor Elizabeth Oboli Onwaso. I'd like, in acknowledging and celebrating and welcoming not just her, but her team that have so successfully put this together, her team, the local organizing committee, with the chairperson of Dr. Seidu Yusuf Yakubu. Today as well, our distinguished keynote speaker, the keynote address on professionalism in anesthesia practice will be given by another eminent professor, Stella Asira Eguma. Madam, we welcome you, we celebrate you, and we properly accord all of the due respects to you. Today, acknowledging all of the distinguished reference of speakers, already this conference has been running successfully Monday, Tuesday, all of the various interventions that have come from the whole liaison and cluster of participant presenters, international presenters, diaspora stakeholders. We were just watching the presentation by Komen, and all of that platform for innovation and the power of service when it comes to medical innovation and the delivery of the promise from Komen at every level of medical institutional intervention. I would like also to acknowledge all the speakers, those who have spoken, those who are yet to speak, moderators, other members in the stakeholding local organizing committee, and all of the different representations coming out of the teaching hospitals, the ABU Teaching Hospital, Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, as well as the Barao Dikko Teaching Hospital, Kaduna. In fact, the HODs of the departments of anesthesia from both of them, Professor Abdul Ghaffar Yunus from ABU Teaching Hospital and Head of Department of Anesthesia from the Barao Dikko Teaching Hospital, Kaduna, Dr. Ifeanyi Kene Agadi. We would like to welcome all of you. We shall continue with more of those recognitions, more of the protocol, but right now it's all about the theme and getting this opening ceremony to a place of formal precedent. I would like to invite to please take the welcome address, the chairman, the local organizing committee, Dr. Seidu Yusuf Yakubu. Professionalism in anesthesia practice 2021, the virtual conference. Welcome, Professor. Looking good means you look like a professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great job. On behalf of the president and members of the executive committee, board of trustees, local organizing committee, and the entire members of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, it is my humble pleasure and honor to welcome all distinguished guests, special invitees, senior colleagues, and colleagues to the second virtual annual scientific conference and general meeting of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, tagged Kaduna 2021. The theme for this year's conference is professionalism in anesthesia practice. The keynote address on the topic will be delivered by a seasoned scholar, administrator, trainer, and mentor to many of us in the person of Professor Stella Asira Eguma. This talk is chosen at a time when there is need for clinical expertise, sound knowledge, and teamwork in the practice of anesthesiology. This was brought to light during this pandemic by the various roles anesthesiologists are playing globally in the management of COVID-19. This year's conference is fully loaded with 2 days pre-conference workshops on airway management and research methodology. Furthermore, carefully selected local and international speakers will deliver talks on COVID-19, the pains, gains, and new frontiers, career development and academic opportunities in anesthesia, management of disasters and global health. We're expecting over 33 scientific papers on different aspects of anesthesia to be presented during this conference. In addition, there will be virtual exhibition of pharmaceutical products and medical equipment by various companies. Please dedicate time and visit their booths. Finally, this scientific meeting promises to be a great one. Please participate fully, make friends, and enjoy. Once more, you are all welcome to Kaduna 2021. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, and God bless our LOC chairman, Dr. Said Yusuf Yakubu. You said it is so much robust, excited anticipation, and you have set, as it were, the ball rolling. Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Kaduna 2021, it's all about clinical expertise, sound knowledge, and the sharing of professionalism. Over 32 scientific papers are going to be presented without any question. Kaduna is right at the forefront and front line of any of the geopolitical representation of states as stakeholders in healthcare enterprise, not just for Nigeria, I should point this out, but indeed for Africa and her diaspora representations in a post-COVID world. Having said that, now I would like to bring the spotlight to a woman of first reference, eminent, distinguished, a representative at every level, not just of her professionalism, but leadership when it comes to the institutional expression of healthcare and national global reports. Today, she's not just going to give the president's address as the president of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, NSA. She is also going to be presenting the memorial lecture, the third Professor Famewo's memorial lecture. Professor Elizabeth Ogbole Nwasor, MBBS, FWACS, MPH, graduated as a medical doctor in 1990, qualified as a fellow West African College of Surgeons in anesthesia in 2001, obtained her master's in public health in 2010, obtained a fellowship in obstetric anesthesia and pain management organized by the WFSA at the Edith Wolfson Medical Center, Holon, Israel. She is a professor, chief consultant, Department of Anesthesia, Faculty of Clinical Sciences, College of Medical Sciences, Ahmadu Bello University, and Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Zaria, Kaduna State, where she is the head of obstetric anesthesia and pain management. She is president of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, NSA, from 2018 all the way through to 2022, president of the IASP Cancer Pain, SIG, 2018 all the way through to 2022 is a tenure, the vice president of the Society of Obstetric Anesthetists of Nigeria, past vice president number 2 of the Society of the Study of Pain Nigeria, member of the Education Committee of the World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists, former council member of WACS from 2019 to 2021, former member of the Faculty Board of Anesthesia of the WACS, examiner WACS Anesthesia Faculty, Mace Bearer of WACS from 2011 to 2017, past president of the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Branch. She has published 5 medical books, has over 40 articles in international and national peer-reviewed medical journals, has presented over 65 papers at conferences, international, global representations. Her specializations are in the field of obstetrics, anesthesia, pain management, palliative care, pain education, and patient safety. She is an elder stateswoman representing the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the profession of the anesthetists all around the world. Professor Elizabeth Ogbole Nwasor for the President's address and the memorial lecture. Third, Professor Famewo, memorial lecture at Kaduna 2021. Good afternoon, madam. What an honor to engage with you.
I'm muted. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the existing protocol that has been elaborately elucidated by our MC for the day. Thank you, madam. My distinguished colleagues, thank you so much. My distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear children, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. It is indeed an honor and a rare privilege for me, and I count it a time of joy to welcome every one of us to the great city of Kaduna, our host for the unique second virtual and the 29th Scientific Conference, an annual general meeting of our great society, the Nigerian Society Professionalism in Anesthesia Practice, has been painstakingly selected to showcase the uniqueness of the anesthesiologists in this COVID-19 and hopefully the post-COVID-19 era. The past almost 2 years since the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 was announced in December 2019 in Wuhan, China, have been very challenging, with many new problems coming in the face of the whole world globally. In April 2020, anesthesiologists were hailed as special heroes in the fight against coronavirus and featured on the cover page of the Time magazine. This was because of the role anesthetists play in the care of the COVID-19 patients, especially in the intensive care unit. May I humbly request at this time, this great audience, that we respectfully observe a minute's silence in honor of the great heroes and heroines that have fallen in the fight against COVID-19 or have succumbed to it or to other related or even non-related causes of death. May their souls find eternal rest. Amen. We pay glowing tribute to our fallen heroes and heroines for paying the supreme price. And while we condole with the bereaved families, our thoughts and prayers are with them in these difficult times. The local organizing committee, in collaboration with the World Federation of the Societies of Anesthesiologists, has worked tirelessly to ensure that we have a very rich and highly educative program with many erudite scholars leading the discourse on our theme and sub-themes. The workshop on airway management has been specially packaged with the collaboration of the Society for Airway Management and also our sponsors. And it has brought us cutting-edge techniques, having featured on Monday. And also we have had solutions to our difficult airway scenarios. The workshop on research methodology, which took place yesterday, was specially packaged, and the manuscript writing also given by great teachers of anesthesia and trainers, authors and journal editors in anesthesia took us through the whole process of research methodology, dissertation, manuscript writing, and we really were very enriched yesterday. I want to thank all that participated. I want to kindly enjoy the well. I want us to enjoy the well-packaged lectures, the plenary sessions, and the scientific sessions from now onwards. And also, we have more than 30 abstracts of scientific works. And we want to use it to learn new things, to refresh our memories as we strive for excellence in professionalism in our practice. I call on us all as key stakeholders in our common drive to define professionalism in anesthesia practice, to do all that we can to uphold the virtues and the tenets of our profession. I also call on the federal government of Nigeria. I call on the various state governments and federal capital territory authorities and our own dear state, Kaduna State, to equip our various hospitals, to provide adequate infrastructure and to improve on the emoluments of to fund the training of anesthesia specialists as we strive to engender professionalism in anesthesia practice. The problems of banditry, kidnapping, herdsmen, and the general heightened security problems in Nigeria and the crime rates in our dear state and in the Northwest region has been a great source of concern for all. Specifically, we've had kidnapping of doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers, and this is a big disincentive to the drive for professionalism in medical practice in general, and specifically in anesthesia in particular, because health workers are not happy to go to or stay in places where their lives are at risk or in danger. This is a call to all security operatives, all law enforcement agencies, and all involved in maintaining security of our great country to improve their game, to up their game, and to do all that it will take for us to enjoy peaceful and secure working environments while working towards the once again, I welcome us all to this epoch-making event and a week-long exciting journey through the various aspects of anesthesia, critical care, disaster management, pain management, and all the different aspects of anesthesia and professionalism. Let us sit back, relax, and enjoy the comforts of our homes, or be it in our study areas or in our offices or in our theaters, anywhere that we are. Let us enjoy these scientific and industry sessions prepared by our speakers, our sponsors, and partners that are specially geared to make this conference a memorable event. I wish you thank us for being here, and I wish us a fun-filled, refreshing, and interesting week. Bon voyage. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and God bless you too, Professor. I love the fact that even in such an environment of very strong and professional interventions, you have said, have a fun-filled conference. And that is exactly what I believe the spirit of the camaraderie of professionalism is all about. Whatever we do, even with the sobriety, as you have stated, of the loss of very precious souls, we're still in a place where we celebrate a very great professional expression and great professional risk. So congratulating, celebrating all of the caucus of the professionals in anesthesia and the anesthesiologists and the wannabes, and of course, the whole generation of humanity that celebrates beyond the front page, on the front line of our hearts, your commitment, life, and all of your clinical expertise to directing this project, because it is a project, the project of saving lives and growing, escalating the professionalism of the commitment of every stakeholder. Having said that, I'm still coming right back to you, Professor, for the presentation of this third Professor Famewo Memorial Lecture. So once again, over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam MC, for that eloquent acknowledgement. I appreciate you. I'm going to try to share my screen, and I hope
Yes, it's coming up.
Sorry about that. Okay, can you see my screen, please?
We can see your screen. Well, what we can see is the files and Anastasis really superheroes.
Okay, is it coming now?
It hasn't. Yes. Yes. Here it is. It's loading.
Okay. Okay. So, can you see my screen now?
Yes, and the question, are anesthetists really superheroes?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
so, okay. I will beam the screen, but I thought they were supposed to read the citation of the late professor.
Do we have it? Okay,
Before the
citation
lecture.
Professor.
Yes.
Well, let me clarify that while you're putting that through. The citation of the late professor.
No, let me go ahead with the lecture. The citation can be read afterwards, please.
Okay, I shall.
If you don't mind. Okay, thank you very much. So our anesthetists really superheroes. This is the third Christopher Ekunda Famewo Memorial Lecture delivered at the opening ceremony of the 29th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists on 17th November 2021 at National Ear Care Center, Kaduna, and virtually. My name is Professor Elizabeth Ogboliwaso. I'm a professor of anesthesia at the Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Zaria, Kaduna State, Nigeria. I want to stand on all existing protocols that have already been respectfully laid out. I want to recognize my teachers who are present here in person and all those who are attending online virtually. I want to say that I'm a direct child of Professor Sylvia Akpan, she having brought me into anesthesia on 5th of January 1993 with a promise to make a good anesthetist out of me. I believe that she has fulfilled that promise, but I leave the final verdict to you, my dear listeners, and to God. I will play a video for us later, but I want to go into the lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, I consider it a great privilege and a rare honor to be accorded the opportunity to give the third Professor Christopher Ekunda Famewo Memorial Lecture since the inception of this lecture series. The first Professor Christopher Ekunda Famewo Memorial Lecture was delivered by my friend and immediate past president of the Society of Obstetric Anesthetists of Nigeria, Professor Sotonye Fineface Organ in November 2019. The second lecture was delivered by another erudite scholar and friend, Professor Folayemi Fakonle, in November 2020. With utmost humility, I thank the organizers for finding me worthy to render this lecture in the presence of my seasoned teachers and mentors in medical practice and anesthesia. a little story behind this. The local organizing committee had a difficulty securing a nomination for a speaker for the third Farmer War Memorial Lecture. And after about 10 attempts and what seemed like eternity, like 6 months or so, we could still not secure a speaker. So I volunteered to give the lecture without even thinking about it. And at that time, I didn't have a topic. And even after 4 weeks, I still didn't have a topic. I didn't know what to talk about until the 2021. A friend sent this to me on Facebook and WhatsApp. It's ethnicity is superheroes. And the answer is scientifically yes. And it has all the things that ethnicities do. They are available 24/7. They have sleepy eyes all the time. They wear their masks. They are always anonymous. And they have painful backs. And, they have hands everywhere to touch every aspect of their machines and gadgets. And they up everything as fast as possible, every emergency. And he said, Happy World Anesthesia Day. And I felt elated. And I said, wow, superheroes. And then somebody asked again, our anesthety is Jedi. And the Jedi of the Star Wars are among the most powerful warriors in science fiction. My children love a lot of all these science fiction things. And I never used to pay attention to it. And then I said, okay, all of them can use force to accomplish remarkable events and feats, but the most powerful members of the order have mastered mystical powers to such a degree that they become invulnerable to many things in many ways. And the Jedi are fast, they are undefeatable, they can combat a lot of difficult scenarios. And superheroes are benevolent fictional characters that have superhuman powers, such as the great Superman of the Superman series. And I knew about Superman because I enjoyed watching the series of Superman. And I said, wow, superheroes are extraordinary superhumans with superhuman powers. But simply put, they are exceptionally skillful or successful persons. So a superhero is an exceptionally skillful or a successful person. With Professor C.E. Famewo, when he gave us a lecture on the ideal anesthetist. And you won't believe it, but all these things on these pictures were the same as the picture that he showed to us at that time to illustrate the ideal anesthetist. And of course, he was training us to be ideal anesthetists. That is this picture, and it made my day because this picture is such that there's so many powers that are attributed to the anesthetist. And it was so much like the image from the late Icon's lecture. So who or what is a superhero? Professor Christopher Ekunda Famewo was born on the 6th of July 1943, and he unfortunately died on the 7th of January 1990. Professor Famewo would have been 78 years and 4 months old if he were still alive today. One of my memorable encounters with him was in 1994 when he examined me during postgraduate diploma in anesthesia, West African College of Surgeons exams at the Department of Anesthesia, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Idi Araba, Lagos State. He did a lot. He did so much. He was a very kind man. During his time as the head of Department of Anesthesia at University College Hospital, Ibadan from 1991 to 1994, he collaborated with Professor Akilu first ever pain clinic in, I dare say, in Nigeria for the treatment of patients with chronic pain. He also held many distinguished offices, including Chairman Faculty of Anesthesia, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, and also the whole National Postgraduate Medical. He was chairman. He was president, Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, among his many achievements. And one of the things he left with us is the book titled Lectures in Anesthesia and Intensive Care. And that book has helped me immensely, starting from the early days of my career. And it has also helped many medical students and resident doctors. And the book is still a winner any day. In fact, it inspired me to co-author a book with my trainer, Professor Colonel Dr. Barrister for anesthetists and called Introductory Anesthesiology. I remember the lectures of Professor Famewo during the update course in anesthesia in Ibadan in 1995. His lectures during the defunct SAWA conference and the NSA conference in Lagos University Teaching Hospital in 1995. And also, I spent 2 months in the Department of Anesthesia in University College Hospital, Ibadan in 1995 while preparing for my Part 1 exams. And then when I learned he died in a road traffic accident in January 1998, it was an incredibly sad moment for me. But for this and all other reasons, I consider myself one of the direct children in anesthesia of our great icon, the late Professor Christopher Ekundayo Famewo. And with this, we say adieu, great teacher and mentor. These are some of the faces of a great teacher and mentor. So it is an uncommon privilege for me to speak before my teachers and all eminent persons present here today. I crave your indulgence to allow me a further opportunity today to advocate for anesthetic practice in Nigeria, in West Africa, and the world over. Today, it is a pertinent truth that some of the anesthetists that have been trained by the late Famewo and his team are policymakers now, captains of industry. Some have been leaders in their different hospitals and respective departments and colleges and are still in the corridors of power, pushing hard for the practice of anesthesia to get some more rays of sunlight. So, the modern principles of pathophysiology, technical development, and new pharmacological principles have enhanced the potentials of anesthesia inside and outside the operating room and enabled anesthesiologists to serve better groups of patients with particular challenges and specific demands. We are now in the best position to show how anesthesiologists are placed to lead the whole peri-operative process in the medical management of patients and in the logistics and organizational aspects of care. The competencies of anesthesiologists in pathophysiology of pain, pharmacology, regional anesthesia enables us to take the lead in the development of pain clinics, in the management of patients in the lead in critical care medicine based on the expertise in ventilatory and circulatory management and also in emergency medicine. With further developments in information technology and in telemedicine and rapid changes in society, with the increased demand of care in the times of limited financial resources, especially during this COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 era, I make strong appeal to anesthesiologists to show leadership across all boundaries. There should be an increased focus on teamwork with surgeons, non-medical professionals, and also with managers, insurance companies, and in the healthcare industry to open new horizons for the specialty of anesthesiology and perioperative medicine. I'm delighted that we're in the great city of Kaduna, our host for this unique second virtual general meeting of our great society, the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists. The theme, professionalism in anesthesia practice, has been painstakingly chosen. The past 2 years since the novel coronavirus came into the fore have been quite challenging. And we can see on the cover of the Time magazine, the COVID-19 pandemic heroes at this time. The COVID-19 pandemic has accounted for tens of thousands of deaths and ultimately will affect millions more people who will survive. There will be more time to mourn victims and care for survivors, but it's also time to recognize and thank some of our heroes who have emerged so far. Dr. Wen Liang Li Wenliang is a hospital who alerted Chinese authorities of a disease that resembled severe acute respiratory syndrome and was initially censored. He died 6 weeks later of COVID-19. Dr. Maurizio Cesoni, a medical doctor also, he was the head of anesthesia and intensive care medicine department of Humanitas Research Hospital in Milan, Italy. He looked into the camera and told the story of the early days in Lombardy, Italy, and galvanized the world to prepare for the tsunami of COVID-19 disease to come. There are millions of health workers, physicians, nurses, technicians, other healthcare professionals, and hospital support staff, as well as first responders, including emergency rescue personnel, law enforcement officers, and others who provided essential services and products around the world. And they face the challenge of providing care for patients with COVID-19, while often ill-equipped and poorly prepared, risking their own lives to save the lives of others. They honor us with their commitment and dedication and their professionalism. These are the different people that made it on the cover page of the Time magazine. So, COVID-19 pandemic continues to overflow the emergency rooms, inpatient floors, and ICUs, with patients of COVID-19 overwhelming the healthcare resources at such challenging times of uncertainty. The world had looked at anesthesiologists desperately as airway experts, respiratory physicians, and intensivists, and even asked them to assume leadership roles in an unknown and unclear scenario, apart from participating in their conventional roles as perioperative physicians. Anesthesiologists have a vast skill set, are extremely valuable to the COVID-19 management team, but some of the procedures that we perform puts us in the most danger. Like we perform endotracheal intubation, open suctioning, nebulizer treatment, and all these generate the risk of droplets. And these droplets can further expose us to the risk of the COVID-19 infection. So besides emotional talks with patients whose families are not allowed to be around because of the difficult times of COVID-19, and also times you have to do end-of-life care and talk to patients who are probably getting compromised, and the realization of the risk of contagion of family members and all that has left a lot of us emotionally drained. And there's also heavy workload, discomfort of wearing personal protective equipment for long durations. This can worsen depression. In fact, a lot of people got depressed during this COVID-19 period, and some even committed suicide. A colleague in US told me about his office mate, an anesthetist too, who committed suicide some months back because of the pressure of the working under the COVID-19 stresses. But globally, anesthesia colleagues have reached out to each other through social media, through new video conferencing technologies to communicate, to share information and offer advice and support, which is commendable. And I dare say this has improved the resilience and also helped a lot of people on the mend. This is a picture of Professor Francesco Menchis, the anesthesiologist. He said, we must get it into our heads that our lives have changed. This is a picture that was shared on the World Anesthesia Day about the ideal anesthetist. He has a sensor for jokes and sarcasm storage. He has a sponge counter, blood loss estimator. He has a wireless headset so he can hear everything. He has a gas monitor eye. He has a permanent smile on his face. Even when the patient is going down, he's still able to brace up and say, calm down, everything is under control. He has a broad shoulder. He has a neck rotator, so he can see round 360 degrees. He has a hero medal for resuscitation. He has a gauge regulator. He has a bag squeezer in his hands. He has a pulse detector in his fingers. He has an emergency engine somewhere there. He has on the feet roller blades. He has a device thermometer. He has a place for keeping packed red blood cells. He has a laryngoscope, highly sensitive gas leaking sensor, and a surgical field eye monitor. He has a bispectral index eye monitor to see how much anesthesia is given. He has a cardiac monitor. And above all, he is a mind reader. He's able to tell or to read the mind of the surgeon and everybody around. Wow. Is that possible in one person? But yes, we do see some anesthetists as superheroes. So how are anesthetists superheroes or Jedi? Most anesthetists are exceptionally skillful and successful persons. It is said that the anesthesiologist is a physician to a surgeon and is a surgeon to a physician. These days, the role of anesthetist extends beyond the operating room, where we deal with complications of anesthesia. We go postoperatively. We also manage postoperative pain. We also manage postoperative pain, chronic pain of cancer, labor analgesia in cardiac and respiratory resuscitation, blood transfusion, respiratory therapies. The anesthesiologist has spread his wings beyond the four walls of the operating theater. So we do perioperative
Well, I'm certain that Professor would be coming up very soon once she has sorted out what this technical hitch is. And I believe that in the profession of the anesthetist, this is very typical. Oh, I can see with us Dr. Ifeanyi Kene Agadi. Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure seeing you.
Good afternoon, ma.
I know already the commentary and the feedback on the brilliant intro.
You need to unmute yourself, ma.
This is Kaduna 2021. And Kaduna very clearly has a very high-profile investment when it comes to institutions for the healthcare enterprise, and particularly with the executive governor, Malam Nasir Ahmad, it's El-Rufai. It has become frontline in everything that the state is investing in. So I don't know for Barautico Teaching Hospital.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can everybody hear, Madam Professor?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Sorry, at what? Okay, sorry. At what point did you lose me?
You are just about to start going through the list.
Okay, the functions of the anesthetist. Okay, let somebody share my screen for me because I lost my screen. Okay, thank you very much. So the functions of the anesthetist below are the duties, perioperative evaluation, intraoperative management. So we do post-anesthesia care, pain clinic, critical care, role in trauma and disaster management, obstetric analgesia and anesthesia, burn unit, anesthesia outside the operating room, and we do a lot of basic science and clinical research. Next slide. So I was just trying to say that research is being conducted in all the various specialties of pediatric anesthesia, geriatrics, obstetrics, critical care, cardiovascular, neurosurgical, and ambulatory anesthesia. Other areas of active study by the anesthetists include transfusion therapies. I belong to a society of blood management. We do fluid therapy, infection control, organ transplantation. Anesthesiologists also do undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, and we supervise trainees. I was just saying that we do a lot of mentoring and training and teaching while we are providing anesthesia services. Next slide. So, we have been reported to have high levels of job satisfaction. We know and we love our jobs, but also the job can be challenging, and sometimes sorry again, we are having a power outage here, but okay. So next slide, please. Okay, so there is, because of the high level of commitments to the work, anesthesia is also seen as a cause of stress. Because of the work environment, a lot of times you cannot control a lot of things, and it's very unpredictable, leading to high level of anxiety and overextension of work. Sometimes you come to work and you don't know when you're going to close, to end, and even if you end your shift, you cannot leave because you have challenging patients at hand. So the stress level in Nigerian anesthesiologists are more or less similar or universal as compared to their other counterparts. But one of the things that's causing stress is knowing what to do and not being able to do it, probably because you don't have the equipment to do what you really need to do. So due to the ever-increasing populations of ICU patients are overloaded. There is non-availability of trained staff. During the COVID-19 era, when patients needed ICU, it was surprising that some hospitals, some states as a whole state did not have a functional ICU. And those were the challenges. And sometimes there may be a room designated as ICU, but there's no equipment, no monitoring gadget at district hospitals and peripheries. So stress to give care to their patients. And so stress reaction is a basic physiological response to the real or perceived danger, which enables an individual to stand, to fight, or to flee. So sometimes the stress is mounted up to very high levels, and it can be quite a challenge. Anesthesiology is an area identified as being extremely stressful. There is workload, and also it may be more than other professionals. And sometimes when you work in the ICU, it's a gloomy environment, and it may also increase stress and increase depression. So next slide, please. So what do we do? Well, sometimes anesthesiologists have been assaulted. I'm so sorry, my system went off again. I'm so sorry about that. So let's go on. So I was just saying that anesthetists face a lot of challenge, there are assaults on them. And in spite of that fact, anesthetists are still able to do the best that they can do for the patients. The one major factor which comes into play is the non-payment of high salaries to workers. And this has been a lot of problem. And sometimes too, patients don't pay their the money for the ICU care, which can be a big challenge. Next slide, please. So how do we manage the stress? First of all, we have to recognize the various causes of stress and the sources from where the stress is coming or causing trouble on the anesthetists. Then we look for the methods to solve it. We should try not to, some of these ways of managing stress is to discuss with our colleagues on platforms like these ones that we are having now on conferences, social network media like WhatsApp. We should try not to react immediately to situations, but think it through and take time before we assert ourselves. Anesthesiologists should take proper rest, otherwise mishaps are likely to happen, and this is a safety issue. Also, people can go for things like yoga, meditation, relaxation, and do spiritually fulfilling or religious activities to relieve stress. Next slide. So also getting personal indemnity is one of the ways, because sometimes you don't have legal or financial securities to cover you during your work. Best thing is to avoid aggression. Then there are non-chemical stress busters we can use. Avoid anesthetizing patients in difficult conditions. If you can help it, prepare, and prepare. Make adequate preparation for every case you have to do. If the workplace is understaffed or under-equipped, then it may be a problem. I've talked about personal indemnity. Sometimes litigation is high, especially affecting anesthetists even higher than other medical groups. Next slide. Okay, so many anesthetists are falling because of this COVID-19 and other things that have happened in this era, because of the fact that they want to be superheroes or in the course of being superheroes. We have some that fell due to Lassa fever. They permit me to mention 2 colleagues that really affected me, their loss affected me. Dr. Habib of Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, who succumbed to Lassa fever before the COVID in early 2019, and Dr. Toju Senara, who succumbed on the 15th of July 2020. He was a consultant anesthetist in Central Hospital, Warri. These are just to mention a few. Next slide, please. We have lost colleagues that have died from suicide, from other stressful conditions, some from unknown reasons, and this is a problem. What is the ratio of anesthetists to patients in Nigeria, and what is the accepted standard? I was so happy when I listened to the paper by Bisola Onajino-Bembe and Aderonke Adesiyon on the snapshot survey of physician anesthetists in the COVID era. There is serious shortage of physician anesthetists. According to the World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists and the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery, there should be a minimum of 4 physician anesthetists to 100,000 population. But right now in Nigeria, we have only 1 physician anesthetist to over 200,000 population. In the light of this, we are supposed to have a minimum of 8,000 physician anesthetists in Nigeria. But right now, in our updated list, we have only 1,025 anesthesiologists in Nigeria, and not just fellows. Fellows are just about 300 and something. We have diplomates, we have others who are medical officers and other trainees at different levels of training. So this is a table that shows the spread across the different zones and the FCT and Lagos. We can see that there are some zones that don't even have any medical officers at all, or just one. Like the worst hit zone is the northeastern zone. And that was the same thing that was revealed by the study earlier presented during the morning scientific session. So this is a call for action for all of us, all stakeholders. Next slide, please. Build your superhero team. Anesthesiologists are in the forefront of clinical teams and multidisciplinary teams. And teamwork is very important. It requires skills that include leadership, communication, mutual monitoring, mutual understanding. It's not enough to demand that we work as a team. We need to practice and perfect how to be a good team. Good teamwork leads to improved patient outcomes and improved satisfaction and job satisfaction, and it reduces the incidence of stress and burnout. Next slide, please. So what is the future of anesthetists or anesthesiology as a whole? Where do we go from here? In the next 9 to 10 years, where do we see ourselves? How can we navigate anesthesiology to a favorable position by the year 2030? We need to create a balance for all providers. Right now in Nigeria, we have other healthcare providers that provide anesthesia service, like the nurse anesthetists. We need to have, and we have support teams like our technicians. We need to build our teams better and to balance our teams. Each member of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists and all of us, we are called upon. We have individual rights, but we also have societal obligations as a citizen of the country. We need to come together and to work together as a team to improve not just our individual rights, but also the society as a whole. Next slide, please. So, anesthesiologists have an added calling. We have people who have been in administration. We have people who have played different roles at different times to different people. And so we even have anesthesiologists who have been senior administrators like state governors. And in fact, our current Minister of Health in Nigeria has an anesthesiology background. So we are well positioned to make changes and to engage the policy makers to do what is best for our patients. The anesthesiologists should protect the expectations and take this broader role and also train our trainees to be able to take up these responsibilities and increase it to be part of the scope of anesthesia practice. Next slide. So it's equally important that we become more engaged as leaders, as problem solvers. We should be the calming voices. We should be the organizers in the healthcare facilities, and we should work collectively because people depend on us. Individual anesthesiologists must further participate together with other citizens in their hosting facilities, be it a hospital, be it a tertiary institution, primary or secondary institution, anywhere that we find ourselves, we should work collaboratively with colleagues and with system leaders. We should also evaluate what we do, and we should define new models of care that address patients' needs. Next slide, please. Next. So, we therefore conclude by saying that an anesthesiologist is a skilled professional, is deeply committed to his job, he has job satisfaction, he may sometimes have excessive workload. Sometimes there's a lack of appreciation of our role by the surgeons and the lack of awareness of what we do by the general society. Most patients come in when they are in difficulty or sleeping, and by the time they wake up, they just have only their relations and the surgeons to take the glory of whatever has happened. So sometimes inadequate sleep affects the anesthetists with a lot of stress, but there are means of improving these things. Next slide. Next. So what do we recommend? We need to go back one slide, please. We need to improve our roles as Jedi, as superheroes. There should be provision of incentives for residents or for anesthesia training. They should have more training centers in the different centers at different levels for training of our specialists. There should be employment of more anesthesia residents and consultants. They should provide adequate training facilities in the different hospitals and adequate equipment and infrastructure for pain management and critical care in the different healthcare facilities. Next slide. Next slide, please. So there is this call that just came in this morning from the G4 Alliance. Back one slide, okay. I just want to tell us that surgery, obstetric, trauma, and anesthesia care are a team, and they should be recognized as a public health component and priority. And we should have advocacy for efforts to frame the SOTA care so that it will go into the wider health ecosystem and be fully recognized. Next slide, please. So this is the image of our Jedi, and this is our trainer and icon, the late Professor C.E. Fameo, in whose memory I am giving this lecture. I want to thank you very much for your audience. And yes, anesthetists are superheroes. Thank you, and God bless.
Bye.
Wow. Thank you. I'm sure everybody can please put your hands together, and everyone online, can we just appreciate Madam Teresa Resonwo, Mukaila Akinwale, Asukwo, Dr. Ifeanyi Ekene. Can everybody just applaud and help me appreciate Professor Elizabeth Obolin-Wasor, our doyen, truly, of anesthetic education, anesthesia, even as not just a subject matter, but an experiential presentation, one that has come from the place of the profiling of her own personal history, appreciation and acknowledgements of Big Mama. I will call her the Mama Professor Emeritus, Dr. Sylvia, who raised her up. And today, that incredible platform where today she's speaking to her teachers, speaking to her students, and the whole reference of international, intercontinental, and intergenerational engagement when it comes to profiling the anesthetists, anesthesiologists, truly as a superhero. And whatever is superheroic has superlative references, examples, representations, models. A superhero is a supermodel, a prototype that is not just for the now, but honestly for the future in the terms of dynamics, the dimensioning of all of this expression. Truly, I love that picture that Times put there, that we must get it into our heads that our lives have changed. Your lives as professionals have changed because our lives as humanity have changed your lives forever. And with that expression, all of those different engagements, fly your wings, wear your colors. Honestly, the stars are simply a first reference, the galaxies and every place of presenting our multifaceted, multi-dimensional, multi-applicational VIP of the medical team core. We celebrate you, the superheroes of our world today in all of its virtual capacities. Yes, the anesthetist is a superhero. From one superhero to the next, celebrate the professor superhero who has given us this profile. Thank you. And shouldn't we also mention a very sincere gratitude for your volunteering. Volunteering, it seems, is something that you are very used to. You've done it over and over again for your country, your community, for Africa, West Africa, for the global practice, and it shall not stop. God bless you. Thank you very much. Well, we had said we would do the biography of Professor Christopher Famewo, and I believe, ma'am, when you did your presentation, you actually profiled him and his story. And you know, more than anything else in the world today, it is the power of the personal story that truly powers and presents the power drive for the delivery, institutional excellence, and the excellencies of institutional enterprise all across the world. Professor Famewo started his lecturing career at the Department of Anesthesia, University of Toronto, and was also appointed consultant at St. Michael's Hospital, Toronto, Canada in 1974. In 1975, he joined the Department of Anesthesia, University of Ibadan, as a lecturer and was appointed consultant anesthetist at the University College Hospital in the same year. He became senior lecturer in 1977, reader in 1981, an associate professor in 1984, and professor of anesthesia by 1991. Professor Famewo served as an external examiner, postgraduate anesthesia, University of Zimbabwe, Harare, Zimbabwe, 1993 to 1996. He was also an examiner with the Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College, and all of this, I seem to have missed a page of Professor Famewo's presentation, but at that level, at the University College Hospital Ibadan. He coordinated fellowship training program, clinical meetings, and established the pain clinic. Served in undergraduate from 1980 to 84. He led the affairs of the department between 1991 and 94. He was also the coordinator undergraduate training and weekly seminars while at the King Faisal University, Dammam, Saudi Arabia. Professor C.E. Famewo was hallmaster at Alexander Brown Hall in the University of Ibadan, past chairman, many associations and committees within the University College Hospital, including the Medical Library Committee, Emergency and Resuscitation Committee, Association of Medical and Dental Consultants, past chairman of the Faculty of Anesthesia, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, the 9th chairman of the same college, and first anesthetist in Nigeria to clinch that distinguished position of the chairman, National Postgraduate Medical College. All of his past efforts to continually broaden his knowledge base, Professor Famewo at regular intervals attended several meetings and conferences within Nigeria and internationally. He was in the United States of America for training in chronic pain management between September and December 1978. Short courses, University of Lagos, Nigeria, University of Dundee, Scotland, King Faisal University, Dammam, in collaboration with the Harvard University, USA. Conferences, some of which he attended included the World Congress of Anesthesiologists, Hamburg, West Germany, 1980, the World Congress on Pain, Edinburgh, Scotland in 1981, Canadian Anaesthetic Society Conference, Halifax, Canada in 1981, the West African College of Surgeons Conference, Lomé, Togo in 1982, and many others. He presented several papers at many of these conferences. He became a research fellow in 1973, thereafter contributed to the practice of anesthesia via his several publications, over 50 publications, including his landmark research of the assessment of the effects of various drugs on pulmonary function following hemorrhagic shock, presented at the University of Canada, Toronto. His main research areas included clinical trials of new induction agents and relaxants, post-operative pain and chronic pain management, post-anesthesia recovery and anesthetic complications, morbidity and mortality. Professor Famewo's book, titled Lectures in Anesthesia and Intensive Care, has immensely helped medical students and residents in anesthesia specialty. Despite his outstanding achievements, Professor Famewo was a family man, married to Mrs. Eniton Bosede Famewo, with whom he had 5 children. Professor Famewo's life and times affirm the biblical quote that says, "Seest thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings and not mean men." Professor Famewo definitely dined with the finest. Even after his sad demise as a result of the automobile accident in 1998, at the age of 55 years, his name remains indelible. The legacy in the field and practice of anesthesia from Nigeria throughout the world, and his several publications remain evergreen. May his gentle soul continue to rest in peace, even as his legacy continues to speak and establish impact and convergence for the global referendum of the subject matter and professionals in this specific field of research, administration, application, and intervention. Well, Christopher Kundayo Famewo clearly has given everyone a profile to reach for and reach beyond, not in competitive contrast, but rather as thrust forward by the power of true legacy and the honor of eminent professional craftsmanship. The theme, Kaduna 2021, this virtual conference, 29th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting, Professionalism in Anesthesia Practice, and celebrating all of the stakeholders who are here today. There's going to be a very special award, and this award is going to very specially acknowledge and celebrate septuagenarians, everyone who is an anesthetist 70 years and over. And there is quite an extensive array of distinguished, eminent anesthetists and anesthesiologists. In fact, it's very humbling to see and celebrate all of the numbers expressed here, 21 in total, and we shall be naming them ultimately and eventually. But right there, we have at the top reference again, our teacher of our Professor Sylvia J. Akpan. We would like to honor her, also honoring Professor Lighton Alice Shoyonwo. All of these distinguished, amiable, eminent professionals and personalities within the profession. But right now, very quickly, we have gone through the memorial lecture. We will be taking the good with
Yeah, no, I'm Mark Manon.
We're waiting for our MC to be back. And I think right next to that, we have goodwill messages from the special invitees. I would like the chairman of the virtual organizing committee, to Dr. Saidu Yakubu, to please guide us on the special invitees that are present so that they could be making their speeches while we wait for the MC to come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. The master of ceremony, she has the list of the, hello? Yeah, the master of ceremony has a list of the invited guests.
Yes, I know. I saw her frozen on the screen. So I think there are some network issues somewhere around her. So that's why I just want to name one or two to start while we wait for her to come back on board.
Okay.
We can take goodwill messages.
We can take goodwill messages.
Associations.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes, I now call upon Dr. Zara Bello. She's a special assistant of the Honorable Commissioner of Health, Kaduna State, for the Kaduna State goodwill messages. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon all.
Good afternoon, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Sorry, my network is actually erratic. So sorry for the inconveniences. My name is Dr. Zara Bello, a special assistant to the Honorable Commissioner Health, Kaduna State. Actually here to represent the Honorable Commissioner because of her tight engagement and schedules, who is unavoidably absent. So she actually asked me to welcome all of you people in the meetings, all the respective members of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetics. I would like to use this opportunity to welcome you all to the 29th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting of your esteemed association. The theme of professionalism in anesthesia is actually apt at a time when our noble profession is being called into question as a result of unprofessional practices among our colleagues. I hope the scientific meeting will look at this and proffer solutions to this scourge. At this point, I would like to convey the Honorable Commissioner's request that Kaduna State is very happy to host this annual meeting this year. albeit as a hybrid. So finally, I urge you to take time out to see the new Kaduna and enjoy the city. Thank you all and wish you a fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you. So the next is the MD of the National AI Care Center, Dr. Mustafa Abubakar Yaro, who will present his goodwill message and at the same time declare the conference open. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much. As you rightly said, I'm Dr. Mustafa Abubakar Yaro. I'm the medical director of National AI Care Center, Kaduna. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome the Nigerian Society of Anesthesiologists to this 29th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting, which is in collaboration with the World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists. Professionalism in anesthesia practice is quite apt, especially as the COVID-19 has ravaged the world in general and has exposed our weaknesses in healthcare delivery. The anesthetists are at the forefront fight, and I believe that the CS conference will further highlight issues in Nigeria and also to come up with solutions, especially in making up our anesthesia practice better. I also like to thank the guest lecturer who has significantly delivered a lecture, Professor memorial lecture, which I really enjoyed her lectures. She has talked much about his contribution, especially in the field of anesthesia, not only in Nigeria, but in the world at large. So I will also enjoy in praying for the repose of his soul and also the contribution he has made. Message on behalf of all staff of National AI Care Center. I wish to welcome all the anesthetists and also the anesthesiologists to this wonderful scientific conference and also to declare this conference open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We highly appreciate. And thank you for being our, yes, sir, our host here. Okay. We are operating from the National AI Care Center. We are grateful, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman, Virtual Organizing Committee. I think the MC is back, and just as we are welcoming the MC back before the keynote address, I just want us to unmute and give a clap in lieu of a standing ovation to the MD who has just declared the workshop open. Please, can we give a clap? Over to you, MC, please. It appears the MC, we've lost the MC again. Dr. Saidu, please, did you appoint somebody to read the keynote address, the curriculum vitae, the citation of the keynote address speaker?
Yes. Why is Mr. Idomi? Mr. Idomi has the citation. Mr. Idomi?
Okay, so the citation is up. Who is reading it?
Okay, I can go ahead to read it since he's not there.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay,
I want to pray. Normally the keynote address speaker will be standing while the citation is being read, but we are in a virtual meeting and I want to duly acknowledge you, Madam, our teacher and our mentor. Okay,
yes,
I think
we're on now.
Our MC is back. Our
okay,
MC,
thank you.
Are you there?
I'm here. We managed to scale.
Right on time. Right on time. Because this is my own teacher. This is my own teacher in my own institution. So she's going to be giving the keynote address, and you'll need to read her citation, which is being shown on the, is being shared. The screen is being shared right now. Over to you, please.
Fantastic. Well, your teacher is our teacher because we can see that not only have you been taught, you've been taught well. And where we are taught well, there's a wellspring and a commonwealth for everyone to engage. Professor Stella Asira Iguma, good afternoon, ma'am, and welcome. We celebrate you today as keynote speaker for Kaduna 2021 and this very eminent conference of the XA. Professor Stella Iguma attended the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, where she obtained the MBBS degree in 1981. In 1989, she obtained a postgraduate diploma in anesthesia from the University of Calabar. Later, in 1995, she became a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons in the Faculty of Anesthesia. In 1991, she became the first beneficiary of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria Year Abroad Scholarship Program in the Faculty of Anesthesia. This scholarship program took her to England, where she trained under the mentorship of Dr. Roger L. Trinidad. In recognition of her expertise and experience, she was offered a job as registrar in anesthesia at the Gloucester Royal Hospital, Gloucester, England, a position she held for 1 year until 1992. On her return to Nigeria, she worked with the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, Calabar, and First Consultants Medical Center in Lagos. In 1999, she left Lagos to Zaria to answer the call from her alma mater, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, to kickstart the residency training program in that eminent institution. Professor Iguma mentored and trained several residents, including the organizers of this conference, and went on to become the first Nigerian professor of anesthesia at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. This born educationist did not just limit her activities to Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. In 2000, she was invited to Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, Kano, to establish an anesthesia residency training program, and in 2006, to Usman Danfodio Teaching Hospital, Sokoto, to accomplish the same feat. Many anesthetists in this gathering today are beneficiaries of her educational pioneering and mentoring efforts. In 2008, she was appointed a World Bank consultant in the Health Services Reconstruction Program of Post-War Republic of Liberia to develop anesthesia manpower for that war-torn West African country. Liberia then had no physicians to train, so she started a nurse anesthesia training program, which produced competent nurse anesthetists who formed the back in that country today. She was Secretary, Faculty of Anesthesia, West African College of Surgeons for 6 years, and Chairman and Chief Examiner of the faculty from 2013 to 2017. She has also served as external examiner for several examining bodies, both locally and internationally, and is currently the external examiner in anesthesia for the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. This doyen of anesthesia education is an author and a volunteer on several international and local medical missions and has taught anesthesia as part of Physicians for Peace at Eritrea and Kenya. Professor Stella Eguma is happily married to Dr. Asira Eguma and is a mother of 2 fine gentlemen and grandma of 2. She enjoys traveling, gardening, and reading. In 2013, following her husband's retirement from government service, she relocated to the University of Calabar and the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, where she continues to impact, mentor, and teach trainee anesthetists. This afternoon, I ask everyone to please help me receive for the distinguished keynotes, the eminent and definitely most distinguished Professor Stella Asira Eguma. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam, and thank you for that glowing tribute. I have thought of how to circumvent the various glitches we've been having, and so I thought perhaps I should play a video recording of my talk. So please bear with me while I screen my talk. What minute? Okay. What's going on?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Sorry.
Prof, you have to share the screen so that we can see.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. And things are not going that well.
But you see a green button.
Yeah, I'm coming. I want to open the talk first before I share.
It calls for polite interaction with other members of the surgical team and for focusing on problem solving in the interest of the patient rather than confrontation. Because ultimately, we all have the same goal, and that goal is patient safety and good surgical outcome.
I've gone and made things worse. So perhaps I should just read my speech and hope that the internet allows me to do so. Dr. Yakubu, please, can I have my speech screened?
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. Mr. Idiomi, please go ahead and share the screen. Mr. Idiomi. Yes, Mr. Idiomi will soon share it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Ma.
Something went wrong.
Okay, Ma, your slides is on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lady Omi, can you put it on slideshow, please?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, putting it on slideshow.
Okay.
You have it now, Prof.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, I am happy to be speaking to you on the theme of this conference, which is professionalism in anesthesia practice. I would like to start by commending the organizers of this conference for choosing as the theme of this conference, professionalism in anesthesia practice. This could not have come at a better time. We are in this country at a stage where anesthesia as a career has reached an unprecedented milestone. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a high toll on health workers worldwide, resulting in increased demand for Nigerian trained anesthetists abroad. This has in turn opened the way for better work and learning conditions for some of our members. Now, whether this development should be seen as a gain or pain of COVID-19 pandemic will depend ultimately on how we comport ourselves as we take advantage of this new work and learning opportunities while contributing to global health. There is therefore need to reflect on professionalism in practice if we are to continue to practice, to export our skills, promote our profession, and offer our patients quality care. Next slide. So a series of events, individuals, and ideas led to the discovery of anesthesia in the mid-19th century. Anesthesiology began as a craft associated with surgery and dentistry and lacked the basic elements of professionalism. Surgical pain relief then was initially non-existent and then was achieved with very crude means, such as alcoholic intoxication, cooling of limbs in ice buckets, or just intentionally producing unconsciousness with a blow to the patient's head. There were no standards of care, no educational programs, and no professional organizations like we have today. Efforts then were geared towards discoveries and inventions. In any case, societal attitudes were not favorable for surgical anesthesia to be accepted. The progression of anesthesiology from a craft one
Can you put back the slide so that when she rejoins, she can continue from where she stopped? Please share the slides again and just take it to where she stopped. I'm sure she's trying to rejoin.
Maybe she can share a video with Mr. Idiomi. She can share the video she has with Mr. Idiomi.
Do you have the video, Dr. Deshian?
I think Mr. Idiomi should have it.
It looks as if Idiomi is also out of the meeting. Chairman, who else has the video? President, is it possible for us to take a few awards so that we save the time?
Okay, have we finished the goodwill messages?
Yes, we are done with the goodwill messages.
Okay. Please carry on. Dr. Nkechi Okoje, Dr. Briggs, and Dr. Yakubu are handling it. The ones that are ready, we can take 5 and before, and then stop.
While sorting out the video for the
yes.
Please let's do a few, because I understand there are quite a number of awards. So let's do some of them so that we save the time.
Okay, thank you so much. Well done. That's a good idea.
Should we? I'm just wondering, Madam Queenette, what can we do with the time? You know, appreciating all of.
I have asked the president to do some of the awards, so you can take it off from there. I've asked her to do, she has accepted to do, you said 21 awards. So she's doing 5 now, hoping that by the time she finishes the 5, we'll be ready with the keynote address. We are trying to get the video so that we can play it to avoid the glitches.
So can I announce the first 5, therefore?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you, Madam MC. Thank you so much. You can.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So the first 5 awards are going to 5 distinguished and eminent member anesthetists, and like we said, 70 years and above. So the very first 5, Professor Olaito Alice Shonyowo, Professor Sylvia G. Akpan, Professor Eniola Elegbe, Professor Beatrice O.U. Ume, and the 5th going to Professor Olushola T. Kushimo. All of these first 5 presentations, and I want to, the background. I just want to get the, we have speakers, citations. Okay, I don't have citations here for each.
Professor Shoyonwo sent me her citation. It's in my email. I'm trying to forward it to somebody so they can read it, if you don't mind.
You put it on the screen, I can. Okay, we can read.
Okay. Wow.
If I could have Professor Shoyawo, Professor Akpam, Professor Elegbe, Eniola Elegbe, and Professor Lushola Kushimo. Thank you. And then all others, they could be lined up for me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Once again, appreciating and acknowledging all of the distinguished speakers that have been or will be featured as we continue with the conference. We have Dr. Asekame Sonny Isemede, an NHS consultant and specialist advisor at Care Quality Commission, England, also a member of the International Society for Quality in Healthcare, Director Patient Safety Africa. I'd also like to acknowledge our speaker, Professor Sotonye Fineface Ogan, and a very, very distinguished anesthetist from starting up at the University of Port Harcourt Medical School in 1982. And today he is a distinguished anesthesiologist, obtained the fellowship in anesthesiology, FWACS, joined the services of the University of Port Harcourt, has a post-fellowship training in obstetric anesthesiology and pain management from the Edith Wolfson Medical Center, Holon, Israel. Professor Fineface Ogan has over 50 academic publications, one of our distinguished speakers, an external examiner to the University of Rwanda Postgraduate College of Health Science, another distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Tony Onyeka, consultant physician, anesthetist, pain and palliative medicine doctor at the College of Medicine, University of Nigeria.
I'll call you. Can you actually log in?
Can we log in? So right now, all I'm doing is I'm just using the time while we wait for some of the back end profiling of our awardees. I'm just very quickly giving everyone profile of the speakers, our distinguished speakers, because I know I hadn't put the spotlight on them individually. Professor Adeyemi John Olufolabi is a clinical professor and director, Anesthesia Global Health Fellowship, born in Colchester, Essex, England, and currently a citizen of the US, Britain, and Nigeria, is definitely a celebrated anesthesiologist, and today as a Fulbright scholar to Rwanda, where he is visiting professor to University Teaching Hospital Kigali. He is a celebrated author, writer, and also reference when it comes to the diaspora of global professionals in this field. I use this opportunity also to appreciate sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Mind Ray, our gold sponsors, Komen and Insiders, Alpha Pharmacy, silver sponsors, Ferring Pharmaceuticals, and bronze, JNCI. Thanking you very much for your sponsorship and your investment in the successful partnering with this program. Thank you very much. So this is
Madam MC, I have forwarded the CV of Professor Shoyonwo to some key people that can share it. And I have also contacted her. She was in the meeting, but I just saw that she left. So I've contacted her so that she can join back again. And unless if she says that somebody can receive it on her behalf, but she was on the meeting.
She was. Okay,
Yes.
how about Professor Olusola T. Kushimo? Because I can read out that CV. I have that with me right now.
Yes, we have Kushimo's CV with you.
Yes,
but she's not in the meeting. Let me ask if she wants someone to receive it on her behalf.
All right.
Dr. Okoje. Hello, Dr. Okoje.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we go ahead with Professor Kushimo's award? Can somebody receive it for her?
Okay, let me.
She has not joined the meeting. Did you send her the link?
She doesn't have she's not here in this meeting.
I sent her the link to the meeting, but you can send her again.
Okay. All right.
All right. I believe while I still wait on the profiles of Professor Eniola Elebe, Professor Sylvia,
many of Professor Sylvia Pan's children are here. I don't know if Dr. Queenette Kalu can take the award for her, then we can go ahead with that.
That's a very big and high honor, and I hope people are taking screenshots as I do so.
Please, okay. Yeah, we will take screenshots. MC, please, do you have Professor Sylvia Akpan's CV?
Not yet. I think they're printing it out for me now. Dr. Sylvia, no, it's not in yet. You know, you are her CV. All of you students, can you indicate how many students or professors that right now are on this platform? All of you. Someone should take a screenshot.
I raised two hands.
should please take a screenshot of everybody raising their hands right now.
I raised 2 hands.
All students who are here now.
And I add a salute.
And you add a salute. Amazing. Well, I'm sure
I'm saluting and raising my legs. Antonia is saluting too.
I join the salute of an elder stateswoman, a frontline general in the global expression of Nigeria. I can see Yetunde Daramola. I see your own hand up there. Madam, God bless you. God bless you. Let me have a phone. Let's even go online. I am going online right now. You know, the beauty of Google and our metaverse is that we will find the expression of all of the distinguished personalities. Sylvia.
Sylvia G. Akpan.
Sylvia G. All right. Now, I'm looking at a number of ophthalmology. Oh,
that's her daughter.
Oh, Dr. Sylvia's daughter is Sylvia Ikwabasi Akpan.
Yes.
Pediatric ophthalmologist.
Yes.
There she's right there. The ophthalmologist is there. The daughter is there. Now we're looking for mommy. Aha, I see her. And
I suggest it's not her, and then we take the awards. And even our keynote speaker is one of her daughters. So we are all testaments and testimonies of her excellence. And I think if we do that, so to save time, because we spent 10 minutes trying to get CVs and things out, and it's not coming. Then we will take the rest, Kushimo and the others in that order, if you don't mind.
Please carry on.
Yeah, so Dr. Kalu, just say a few things about Professor Akpan.
Like I said, it's my very great pleasure to be receiving this award on behalf of my mother in anesthesia. Actually, she took me by the hand and took me straight to the CMD's office. I think it was a Friday. And on Monday, I started my residency training in anesthesia. And one of those times she went somewhere and she always sought training opportunities for us. And there was a time she went, I think it was New York State Society of Anesthesiologists, postgraduate assembly. And they needed somebody to sponsor. And she said she had somebody. Then they said, oh, the HOD needs to sign. She said, I'm the HOD. So she wrote for me, then she referenced me, and I was just sitting in Calabar and the invitation came. And Professor Wally, our president, will remember one day when we were young residents, we had a difficult intubation in the theater and we were just like, what are we going to do? We just kept the patient oxygenated and we called her. And before we turned around, she was there. She was there for us in the day. She was there for us at night. And even when she was the only consultant around, she did not allow the surgeons to bully us. She sometimes would make very senior surgeons to come and apologize to us when they have done wrong and try to bully us into doing things that were unprofessional. So it's really wonderful that when we are celebrating professionalism in anesthesia practice, I'm receiving this award on behalf of my mother and my mentor, Professor Sylvia G. Akpan. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Even as we shall be receiving that award, we trust that all of the testimony is the testimonial of this distinguished recipient. Round of applause for Professor Mommy Emeritus Sylvia G. Akbar. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is somebody going to speak for Professor Olaito Alisonyowo and receive her award too? My president, who will you direct, delegate?
I will speak for Professor Olaiton Alice Shoyanwo. She has given me her CV. It's a very long CV, it's 6 pages. I will just to abridge it, try to my best to abridge it and then take the award. Professor Alice Olaiton Shoyanwo is a professor of anesthesia and consultant anesthetics, pain management, and palliative care. Her education was in Ibadan, Mayflower School, Ikene, Queen's School, Yaba, and University of Ibadan Medical School. In 1971, she qualified for the Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, MBBS, University of Ibadan, Diploma in Anesthesia, University of Ibadan, 1974, Master of Medicine in Anesthesia, University of Ibadan, 1980, Fellow West African College of Surgeons, January 1984, Certificate in Management in Medical Practice, 1998, Fellow International College of Surgeons, 1997, Fellow Nigerian Academy of Science in 2006. She's been a house officer, senior house officer, senior registrar, as a consultant anesthetist from 1981 in University College Hospital till date. She's a senior lecturer. She was a senior lecturer, senior consultant, college tutor in Banjul, the Gambia. She also did training in pain management and research experience at Walton Center for Neurology and Neurosurgery, Liverpool, with rotation in Liverpool, Marie Curie Center, Hospice Center. She was Dean, Faculty of Clinical Sciences, University of Ibadan in 2004. She did a special program on palliative care, Hospice Africa, Uganda in 2003. She was visiting professor, Department of Anesthesia and Intensive Care, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. And she was visiting consultant. She has held so many positions. She has so many research interests, among which is pain and palliative care, safety in anesthesia, and the health manpower development. She has held several national and international assignments with NAFDAC, with federal government recruitment panel, International Association for the Study of Pain, World Health Organization, UNDP, World Bank Special Program for Research and Training. She has done so many services in Geneva, in the PEPFAR program and American Academy of Science in Washington, DC, USA. She was WHO Special Advisor on Second Global Patient Safety Challenge, Safe Surgery Saves Lives. I want to tell us that she was one of the people that developed the WHO safety checklist, and she specifically insisted that pulse oximetry must be put as one of the basic minimum monitoring requirements, and it has been a standard worldwide now. She's a consultant to JAPAIGO, a review of nurse anesthetist training. She's has won many awards, Order of Merit Award, member editorial advisory committee of many journals. She has had so many prizes, distinctions, and awards. She's been a member faculty board of anesthesia. She's been president society. She was the founding president and founder Society for the Study of Pain Nigeria. That's SSPN. She's been an honorable treasurer and member of Council West African College of Surgeons. She's a member of Board of Trustees, School of the Handicap, Ijokodo, Ibadan. She's been a member of Babcock University Teaching Hospital Board, member International Advisory Panel, International Station for the Study of Pain, Special Interest Group on Pain Education. She has held many key academic positions, including head of department, sub-dean, postgraduate College of Medicine UI, member academic board College of Medicine in UI, member theater revolving committee, dean, Faculty of Clinical Sciences in UI, head of hospice and palliative care, University College Hospital, Ibadan. She is a member of many learned societies, Nigerian Medical Society, Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, Society of Anesthetists of West Africa, Nigerian Medical Women's Association, Society for the Study of Pain, International Association for the Study of Pain, Hospice and Palliative Care Association of Nigeria, African Palliative Care Association. Her teaching experience spans 5 decades, almost 50 years of teaching experience. Our publications are so many, wow. About 80, wow, 95 publications in international peer-reviewed journals. I present to you my teacher, my mentor, and one of the strong pillars of pain management and anesthesia in Nigeria, and an international figure, Professor Olaiton Alice Shoyanwo. I want to tell us that she took me to her office one day and said, look at these journals. When I was doing posting in Ibadan in 1994, and her office was full of journals. She had a whole, shelves of journals, and then she brought out the pain journal, and I was so excited about it. I picked about 5 and went away, and the next day I came back. I said, please, ma, I would like to join this. She said, really, you're interested? I said, okay. She said she would write a referral for me, and she did. That was in 1994. So finally, in 1997, I joined the International Association for the Study of Pain, courtesy of Professor Olaiton Alice Shoyanwo. Thank you very much. So I'm pleased to be receiving the award on her behalf. She's a doyen of anesthesia and an epitome of anesthesia professionalism and teaching, education, training, and excellence. Thank you. Madam MC. Madam MC.
So there we have it. And now the presentation. Can you hear me? Can you see me yet? No yet.
Yes, we can
see you. Presentation for Professor Olaiton Alice Shoyanwo. Round of applause, please, everybody, as we appreciate this distinguished presentation. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And Madam President, can I now announce for Professor Eniola Elegbe and who will be profiling Professor Eniola Elegbe's personal story and CV.
Continue with the words. I don't know if she's ready. And also our speaker for this afternoon is online from the UK, Dr. Asekeme Isemede.
Well, we can go ahead with the speaker and come back to the presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Is that okay?
Okay, ma'am. Madam Dr. Kalu, is Professor Eguma's slide, is the video ready now? Dr. Quinette.
Dr. Quinette, can I read Dr. Asekeme Sonny Semede's? Dr. Semede, good afternoon from Nigeria. And thank you very much. Yeah. Very distinguished.
Okay, go ahead and read his presentation. His slide is up.
Thank you very much. All right, Dr. Asekeme Sonny Semede is an NHS consultant, specialist advisor at Care Quality Commission, CQC, England, a member International Society for Quality in Healthcare, ESCOA, and Director Patient Safety Africa. Sonny obtained MBBS 1985 from the University of Benin, Benin City, Nigeria, began his anesthesia residency at the Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, ABU, in 1987, received ABU's sponsorship to England in 1990, obtained FRCA in 1994, Certificate in Public Health and Health Services Research, University of Aberdeen, 1998, Clinical Research Fellow, Obstetric Anesthesia, St. James University Hospital, Leeds, 1998 to 1999, and CCST in Anesthesia, 2002. As a consultant, Sonny served as lead for clinical audits and for patient safety and was Royal College tutor 2004 to 2009, prior to his specialist advisor appointment in the CQC in 2015. In order to effectively coordinate the Patient Safety Africa, PSA, and the Patient Safety International Academy, PSIA projects, he attended Advanced Human Factors and Patient Safety training at the Patient Safety Academy, Oxford University, and a formal MSc Human Factors and Patient Safety at Teesside University, Middlesbrough, United Kingdom. Sonny's passion is the redesign, development, and delivery of qualitative and safe healthcare for all in Africa. He is actualizing this passion by supporting governments, institutions, professional organizations, and the general public across Africa. Development of statutory instruments for safe care, NAS, Abuja NAS National Assembly in 2018, establishment of patient safety research and training institutions, the Patient Safety Research Institute, Minedion University, Okada, Nigeria, and in the introduction and training of staff in the use of safety tools and care bundles, such as the World Health Organization Surgical Safety Checklist, the 5 steps to safer surgery protocols, maternal early warning scores, MUSE, early warning scores, EWS, sepsis, 6 bundle of care, incident reporting, IR, and duty of candor process. Today, please help me welcome, for the subject matter, pains, lessons, and new frontiers, Dr. Asekeme Sonny Semede.
Good afternoon, Madam President of the NSA, Professor Lizzie Wanso, special guests of honor, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on site and joining from around the world. My name is Sonny Semede. You've heard all the various things. Above all, the titles you've heard. I'll say I'm an ABU anesthetist, for which I am so proud. In fact, I should have been there in the local organizing committee welcoming you all today, but I'll make up for it very soon. I'll be right back. So it's a pleasure to be here to take on this topic today, COVID-19, the pains, the lessons that we have learned and lessons we're learning, and what the new frontiers are. To help us unpack this in the next 28 minutes, we are going to use this outline. A short intro will lead us to the issues and the challenges, and then we explore, we look at the lessons that we've learned and lessons, potential gains I am very reluctant to use the word gains. You may have seen that in the title that they talk about the gains from COVID. I want to talk about the lessons, and that will be clearer to you later on in the course of this presentation. We then move on to the new frontiers. There's several frontiers to look at from COVID, but I'll be focusing on something that is very close to my heart, safety science, what has become obvious, what we can no longer push aside, what is no longer just theoretical. So we're going to look at human factors economics, the shift from patient safety 1 to safety 2. So without much ado, say COVID-19, that's severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, was declared a disease of concern in January 2020 and a pandemic on the 11th of March 2020 by the World Health Organization. And by yesterday, 1443, COVID-19 had claimed more than 5 million lives. Yeah, 5,126,012 lives, men, women, children have died as a result of COVID-19. What a dreadful condition. It's turned the world upside down. We've never seen anything like it before. And last year, I made a presentation, I think November 3rd last year. This was one of my slides. So this is roughly a year on from 1.175 million deaths is skyrocketed to 5 million deaths today, which is, this is just about 12 and a half months. This is ridiculous. We've never seen anything like this in our lives, in our career. COVID-19 is more than a health crisis. It's affected societies and economies at their core, increasing poverty and inequality at a global scale, with implications for the achievement of sustainable development goals and the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. For those of you following the work of the Patient Safety Africa, we're very much into the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. We want to make sure that it's not just a plan, it's going to be a plan that will be implemented in Africa. And we're very concerned about what COVID has done to the resources of government. COVID-19 has, yes, created a whole lot of problems, but governments have responded, and I'm very pleased to say that. But what's happened is that the global economic recession that has happened and the measures to try and deal with them have created other problems. So yes, we have to have lockdown, we have to close businesses, and this cost a lot. So jobs were lost, and people had to isolate, and this led to an epidemic of mental health problems. And mind you, the resources that government have spent on COVID-19, most of it was on new money. This is money from other areas. And you saw this just last week. Is it last week or even this week? Yeah, just last weekend, the COP26, that many nations could not sign up to the climate change agreement because they're fighting COVID. COVID has had a huge toll on their resources. And at individual level, those with less formal education and low pay, women and the young have been hit the most by COVID. Coming closer home, think about September last year. This was September 17, 2020, the World Patient Safety Day. We did some studies across many countries in Africa. And remember, the theme for the 2020 World Patient Safety Day was health worker safety, priority for patient safety. We looked at the challenges, being faced by healthcare workers in Africa. Hopefully we get this published very soon. I think the only question is about just getting our numbers and the calculation of the sample size. So we will get this and be able to reference it. And what did we find? We found out that in many of these countries, there were inadequate equipment. The PPEs, ventilators, and infusion pumps were in short supply. There was concern about blame culture, inadequate guidance, and protocols for managing patients. Are they going to be on red line that we have now, the green line, or the amber line? There was nothing like that at that time. You know, patients who've been tested, or those who've not been tested, or those who've tested positive. So the red line, the green line, and the amber line. So they were looking for protocols. And so naturally, without all these things available to them, there was a lot of fear, there was a lot of stress, there was fatigue, and there was high sickness rates and absenteeism. And, you know, so those who were left were having to do so much more. And there was little psychological or well-being support. And they were also concerned about the collateral damage from, you know, diversion of resources from urgent surgery, from other aspects of healthcare into COVID. So just to round up on these issues and the challenges, we have seen COVID starting as a health issue. More than a health issue, an economic issue, became a socio-economic issue, a security issue, to the point that we've recorded more than 50 riots in over 38 countries and counting. This was about 3 months ago. It's probably more than that now. So the pandemic has caused a lot of pandemonium all around. But over and above all these economic crises, the social upheaval, you know, the job losses, and all the various things, the loss of lives, 5 million and counting. And many of us, in fact, all of us, know somebody that has died from COVID. So I just want you to please join me in this moment of silence. And like it was reported, you know, as the fallen heroes of the First World War, so we say at the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Want to remember them for their support, especially those who've had to use themselves as barriers, you know, to protect patients. So what have we learned, or what are we learning? What are the potential gains? I've just told you this is why I do not like the term, you know, COVID-19, the pains and the gains, you know. So that word gains, you know, I would say lessons. And we do remember, you know, in the social media, in a country where somebody was boasting of how much he has benefited from COVID. It didn't go down at all with the public. So I'm not very keen using that term, gain. So we'll talk about the lessons and the opportunities. Yes, the pandemic has catalyzed a number of improvement strategies. There's now shared commitment and responsibilities that have united healthcare workers and stakeholders as never before. Many healthcare organizations are now spontaneously adopting key safety attributes such as transparency, active communication, collaboration, and the adoption of patient safety practices, things that took us a lot of time to, you know, to pass on. Previously, people are opening up to us to talk about patient safety. The traditional silos mentality is going up, and there's increasing appreciation of safety science. People are now more willing to listen to us to talk about patient safety and human factors. And I'm really pleased to say that, you know, many centers are coming up, centers of excellence are coming up around the world. You know, not just patient safety institutes, but actual hospitals, departments doing excellently well, learning from very difficult situations. Not only in America or in the UK or Greater Europe, you know, but right here in Africa, you know, we see the health professions unit at the University of Zimbabwe, led by Professor Chizonga, doing an excellent job there. I'm really pleased. We have seen teams come up in Afixa, Ghana, the Acquire in Nairobi, Koshasha, from East Africa, doing excellent job. And I'm really pleased to talk about what's going on in Nigeria. I'm pleased with so pleased to be associated with Professor Ezenwonye, the Vice Chancellor of Igbenedion University, and Professor Unuigbe for the initiative to set up the Patient Safety Research Institute, where I am a visiting a professor. I am really pleased about that. And of course, my home, my first love, my place, the one that gave me my opportunity, Ahmadu Bello University. And I'm really pleased about what's going on there. And I'm pleased about Professor Lizzie Owanso, whom I have known since 1980. Would it be 89 now? Yes, accounting, and all the excellent work she's doing along with the team there. I can't wait to visit you all very soon. Thank you for the great job you're doing. So great opportunities are available. You see, because of the fact that people are now opening up to us to talk about safety science, we are beginning to put down roots. And this root is in the use of basic safety tools. So to just introduce us to those patient safety and human factors tools, let's begin with something we will previously call, theoretical stuff. So this will be in the area of sociology or some of these very dry, community health lectures. Doctors wouldn't, what are you talking about barriers to communication? In order to understand the pains and how to deal with the issues, the challenges of things like the COVID-19, we have to be ready to look at issues like this. They're no longer theoretical, they're no longer just sociological. Think about pandemic 1, what you went through. You had the FFP3 mask. He loved you so much, wanted to protect you from the COVID-19. What did he do? He grabbed your face so hard that it was so sore. You were in pain, but you couldn't reject it because it was trying to do you some good. And you had the hood on. It could be space hood. You can't hear properly. You can't see properly. You are in pain. You are afraid. So what did this do? It did not help you at all. Did not help teamwork. Did not help patient. The outcome was poor. In fact, one of the studies we did in COVID pandemic 1 was looking at the compliance with the 5 steps to safer surgery, in the surgical services. We found that the team brief was okay, the sign-in was fine, the timeout was fine, the sign-out was fine, but the team debrief had fallen from 98% pre-COVID to 48%. What's a huge fall? Was that surprising? It wasn't surprising to us because at this time, there was so much fear. This was the time before vaccination. There was so much fear. After the PPEs, people are sweating, they're tired, they're afraid, they just want to get out of theater. So they didn't complete the loop, the closed loop of the debrief. So what is human factors? Human factors is enhancing clinical performance through an understanding of the effects of teamwork, of task, of equipment, of workplace, of culture, organizational, human behavior and abilities, and the application of that knowledge in clinical settings. Right, you're gonna say, well, did you not say that it's not just gonna be boring stuff? It's this long story of all those sociology. Let me break it down for you, come with me. This is Pascal Carayon of University of Wisconsin-Madison, developed this tool, Human Factors tool, in 2006 as a very potent tool for studying patient safety. Let me just explain to you what that definition was talking about. Right here, we have persons who could be patient or staff, healthcare. And this healthcare staff has a task, needs to use tools and technology, is working for an organization, that has an internal environment. Okay, there's an organizational culture. So just think of a patient coming to emergency department and you in the theater asking one of your SHOs to go and review the patient. This patient could be COVID positive, it could be COVID negative, you don't know. It means that you need to get this SHO or registrar well kitted with PPEs to be able to welcome this patient, be the first person to see this patient. This registrar SHO needs to have the right protocol as to what to do, where to assess this patient. All patients are not assessed in the same place, and what tests need to be done. And when those tests are done, what pathway should this patient follow before the result comes out? What tools are available? This patient comes in, is fully conscious. It might turn out to be COVID positive. It might lapse into coma. If this patient is going to have blood transfusion or have surgery or have those invasive procedures, should this patient not have an identification band as a basic? Should this patient not be monitored with a simple technology like pulse oximeter? And in the culture of the organization, this staff that's in the front line of the battle against COVID, has this staff been given vaccination? Has this staff been paid his or her salary? Is this staff being supported with adequate continuous professional development? In other words, people that are here today, were they supported with, paying to attend this course? Were they given time off and supported with the payment to come on for this training, especially the ones you had in the first 2 days of this training? All these things matter. You cannot pick one, and maybe relate it to the success or failure. The outcome is not dependent on a single thing. All these work together. So all these go through a process and there's an outcome, which could be desirable or undesirable. And the most important part of this is that they should be fed back to the system. So these are other definitions of human factors. We're just going to run off quickly. So basically it talks about tasks, processes, and devices, study of all factors that make it easier, to do the work in the right way. Doing the work in the right way means that you have to understand the basic things, how to, have an effective team. How do you manage things like stress, like hunger, like fatigue? And we have a few things, how do you recognize error? What are the things that are prone to error? So when you have unfamiliarity, like having to be deployed from an ordinary ward to ICU in a peak of the pandemic, inexperience, you need induction, you need supervision, shortage of time, inadequate checking. These are problems. Poor human equipment interface. Like I said, this used to be theoretical, but we've all experienced it and we're experiencing it every day. What about individual factors? Limited memory, fatigue, stress, hunger, illness, language barriers. I'm just going to run through this ever so quickly. Stress and performance, we've seen this before. We've talked about this, with the stress levels, especially in pandemic 1, there was fall in productivity. Surgical productivity went down. Safety, compliance with safety went down. And thank God that is picking up now. The vaccination has done a whole lot of good to confidence. And right, so this is another one. If you're hungry, you're angry, you're late or tired, HALT, you hot. Simple. Okay. Am I safe? Any illness, any medication, could be prescription medication. Are you stressed? Have you just had some alcohol, thinking you're not on call tonight and somebody rings in sick and they said you should step in? You cannot. You are not safe. You're tired. So if you have to question whether you're safe, just realize you may not be safe. You don't need to be there. So basically, human factors help us to avoid reliance on memory, make things visible, review and simplify processes, standardize common processes, and routinely used checklists. And we come to this, that with a better understanding of human factors on patient safety, we know that everything is intricately linked in healthcare, nothing is isolated. And moving forward, in order to be able to do complex things, we need to start from basic things. If you need to have a high-rise building, you should be ready to have a foundation that will carry a high-rise building. So in Africa, we want to make progress, we want to make a lot of progress, we want to make that really quick, but there's no quick fix to these things. Complex situations like this needs a lot of planning, needs a lot of training. And what we're trying to do is to set the foundations in Africa. So in the summer, we began to run a study, which is being called the Care Quality Index, looking at the basic things like patient identification. Yeah, I've talked about this so many times, but you see, the advantage of this time is that people are beginning to listen to us. And so we're pleased. The initial study showed that less than 25% of respondents from about, I think, 8 African countries, hospitals in 8 African countries, use basic wristband for identification. These were hospitals where they do blood transfusion, hospitals where they have invasive procedures like surgery. You know, the whole checklist, thanks to anesthetists around, that is, you know, it's been taken up. But I was a bit disappointed, though I thought it was going to be more than 65%. I know many hospitals in Nigeria, this figure will be much more than this, but you agree with me, a lot of it is still being done by anesthetists. You do the sign-in, you do the timeout, and you do the sign-out. It shouldn't be, the surgeon should get involved. We were in that situation about 10 years ago. You need leadership. Perhaps I have to do another trip to help talk to the leaders. But the point here is that we are able to move people on from these 3 steps of the World Health Organization surgical safety checklist of the sign-in, the timeout, and the sign-out, and add the team brief and the team debrief. So this is our team doing a little video there. And so this is the 5 steps to safer surgery. Have the team briefing at the beginning to find out what are the skill mix here today, what procedures do we have, and then the usual sign-in, timeout, and sign-out that most of you already are aware of that you're doing. And thank you very much, appreciate that. And the team debrief, which is so important. What went well today? What did not go right? What do we need to feedback? What should we do better next time? So that's the next level. So by supporting hospitals with pulse oximeter, we're able to push them to get to the next stage of this development. And then, of course, with the COVID-19, infection is very, very hot topic and very trendy. So we're able to use, you know, to support hospital with sepsis care bond training, you know, the 3 diagnostic and 3 therapeutic steps. And it's all coming together. This was the background looking at availability of water for sanitation and hygiene, 78%, sanitizers and PPEs. I was a bit surprised with 58.57%, you know, I thought it was a lot more. However, this is just the beginning. We didn't rush, we're not rushing into publication. And I'll talk to you more about that in the next few slides. And then of course, you have this one, which is the maternal early warning course, which is what we're really, really excited about. We're really excited about the maternal early warning course because this is going to be the game changer in Africa. And why do I say that? If you look at that graph there of maternal mortalities in global population from 1890 to 1950, you saw a massive drop in England and Wales. When the United States copied it, you saw a massive drop also in the United States, almost immediately. But Sweden, because their maternal mortality rates were better, it took them time to actually think that England would have something better than them. And eventually, when they copied it, I think it took them about 8 years, you saw the massive drop. When I teach with this slide right here, people will say it was the NHS. Some people will say, oh, it must be the discovery of penicillin. And some others will say it must be blood transfusion. Thank God for blood transfusion. Thank God for the penicillin. Thank God for the NHS, and thank God for egometrin. But the first three major ones actually came 10 years later. Look at that curve. It was about the mid-1930s. And all these interventions, discoveries I just mentioned came in the 1940s. So what happened? It was a government policy. And if I was able to take you back, I don't think I can take you back. If you go back to my slide, that's Pascal Carrion's 2, the SIPS 2. There is a loop called the external environment. The external environment is government policy. That was why I went to the National Assembly on 1st February 2018 to begin that process of setting up a bill for patient safety in Africa, because I believe patient safety in Nigeria, because I believe government policy can do much more powerful stuff than penicillin, than blood transfusion, than, it's much more powerful than the stethoscope, so to say. So this is what we found in the mid-1930s. There was a policy that every pregnant woman in England and Wales has to be documented, and somebody needs to be responsible for them. In other words, you care for them. And today we believe that the maternal early warning score is the closest to that. And it is our target in Patient Safety Africa to have this in the hand of midwives all across Africa. And against the background of this year's theme of this year's World Patient Safety Day of safe and respectful childbirth.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Semede. Please, you have to round up in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to rush through the rest of the slides. So 5 minutes, I will be rounding up. Thank you. Okay, so that's it. We didn't rush into publication because it was the beginning of a process. These are people that came to us with candor. These are people that came to us, want us to add value to them. And so we found some very interesting free comments there. I don't really have time to comment on them, but so to say, the common language is coming up. And then the next one is about quality care training. There've been a lot of discussion in the NSA, what's going on about postgraduate training, MScs and PhDs. One thing we're trying to do is to incorporate patient safety curriculum into some of these training programs, not just for postgraduate, for doctors, but also for those who are registered nurses and want to get their BScs. So you're doing patient safety work, and then you get something which is immediately relevant to you. And I think that's how our language will go. And ultimately, what we're hoping is that, there will be performance and behavioral and resource adjustment for acceptable outcomes in all situations. In other words, today we have COVID, but we've not closed the shop. Today we have COVID. The show must continue. And maybe here I'm not able to come to ABU where I really love to be. We can't go on. This is the safety tool approach. It's about resilience. And I just leave you to read that. It's the capacity and the capability to constantly maintain a safe state of operating and to recover quickly and restore this safe state. And ultimately, this concept could move on to high reliability. That is far on from us where we are in healthcare, but it's a possibility. I've got how many minutes? I've got 3 minutes to go, so I can begin to chat a little bit and just calm down right now, okay? So I believe that safe and resilient care is a teamwork and it's a possible care. And I'm pleased to inform you that I've got excellent support from my chair, the chair of my board, Professor Paul King, and our CEO, Sue Jakes, for my work right here in this trust and across in England, through support with the Global Patient Safety Collaborative and to work in Africa. So we're developing a virtual learning platform. Actually, earlier on today, I made a video in that platform, trying to make this presentation and then a video with it. But it was getting complex because the IT staff there and also it would be too much. So we're going to do this on the 21st of January next year. The video that I made today will probably update it. And any hospital, I know we have a number of people watching and joining right now. I'm saying if you have a team in your hospital and you're keen to work with the international team, especially on areas of maternal health, then link up with me. We add your hospital into the loop. We will be having a meeting on the 21st of January. I want to say a big thank you. I have got 2 minutes to go. I shall spend 1.5. I want to say a big thank you to all of you joining in. Ahmadu Bello University is my place, is my love, is where I was given this platform. So I am here today because of the love of Ahmadu Bello University. Nobody cared about my tribe. Nobody cared about my religion. Nobody cared about who I was. And when they gave me that scholarship, I was just an ordinary boy. And I'm pleased to all those guys who've been there and the great people from Ahmadu Bello. I can't wait to return. And I'm on my way. I'll join you very soon. I want to say thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, Professor Isemede. That was excellent. And my take-home message is that when you are hungry, angry, late, or tired, you should halt. I really love that. I really love that. That's my take-home message. Thank you very much. I know that the presentations are available on YouTube and are going to be available on all our platforms, and we'll have the opportunity to look at them again. I also know that the presentations are available in our social media platforms, other social media platforms, and the participants will have the papers. So we'll have time to digest them. And I believe your contact details are there so we can contact you and we can collaborate with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. This was really, really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can take, I can see for a moment our MC was not available. I don't know if we can do one award and then we can let her go because I think she's late for another engagement. Is that okay with you?
Yes, Madam Moderator, Assistant MC, Dr. Kalu, please, can I just make a suggestion that Dr. Isemede should kindly wait for his award before he signs off, because it seems he wants to leave also.
Okay, I'm waiting, Lizzie.
Okay, so we can do,
yes,
so that can be, I said we can do one award. So we can take that award, yes. And right after that, we are going to have Professor Ilori's lecture. We are going to have to cut the time. I sent a private message to Dr. Isemede. It appears he didn't see it because I really wanted him to do it in 20 minutes instead of the 30 minutes allotted in the program. So please, subsequent speakers, you're going to have to use 20 minutes. I'm so sorry because of all the glitches that we have had. So
thank you very much, moderator. Professor Eguma has a good network now. I told after the award, we can quickly give her a chance so that she will round up her own.
Excellent.
Professor Eguma
Excellent.
is online now.
Excellent.
Yes,
Excellent. Because the network I've been in touch with her, and the last discussion I had with her was that it was still erratic. But if it's back now, so President, can you do the award in 2 minutes? 1 minute citation, please. Let 1 minute be 60 seconds, and 1 minute award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Idomi. Please be ready with Professor Eguma's slide. Be ready with Professor Eguma's slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, LOC Chair. Please, can we have the plaque that was prepared, or the certificate that was prepared for our speaker, our guest lecturer, Professor Isemede Asekeme Isemede.
Thank you very much, Ma. It will come later. We actually prepared a plaque for him. I will discuss with him on how we will send it to him. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Isemede, you are supposed to be standing while your citation is being read. Your citation has already been read before you gave your lecture. So it is my singular honor and privilege that at this 29th Annual Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, we present you with a certificate of award of recognition for your partnership with us, for your mentorship, and for your support all this while. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lizzie Wanso, President of NSA. Thank you to the local organizing committee of the NSA 2021 here at Ahmadu Bello University. I want to say a big thank you to all our teachers. I was looking at, I was just hearing all the titles of the distinguished people. I remember, was it Professor Eguma? There was a document that was sent to her to look at for me. And she was so good in just writing exactly what she knew. That I have not met him, but I've gone through the records of the department, and this was what? God bless you, ma. This is what is in the record for him. Thank God for records. And I'm not going to say what the records say of me, but I just thank God for what is there for me on record. And I look back to those times, and people keep, let's forget about this issue of this group and that group. I remember Akayas and the sisters, the nurses. I learned a lot from them, and I love them. And that's why all I do today, the blessing I have, and all these things I'm bringing to Africa is nurses that are fighting for me and getting all the funding and the resources for me. I've had a good time in ABU. And, that was just the beginning. I'm coming back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to say that Dr. Isemede took us in our anesthesia posting, 4-week anesthesia posting as medical students. I think that would be 1987 or 88. I can't remember.
It must be 88 or 89.
88, yes, 88. And it was such a memorable time. I didn't know I would do anesthesia then. So thank you very much, Dr. Isemede, for coming. You've been coming on all our conferences, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And God bless.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Mr. Idiomi, kindly share Professor Eguma's slide. Mr. Idiomi, we are waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Professor Eguma, you have the floor, please. Please unmute. Professor Eguma, you have the floor, please. Kindly unmute.
Okay. I had started playing my video.
This new
The video is on. Can they give me the screen?
Okay, can you take off this so that she can put on the video?
Easier practice. If we are to continue to export our skills, promote our profession, and offer our patients quality care.
Can I have the screen?
A combination of ideas, events, and individuals led to the discovery of anesthesiology in the mid-19th century. Anesthesiology actually began as a craft associated with surgery and dentistry, and it lacked the basic elements of professionalism. In those days, surgical pain relief was achieved with very crude means,
I want my screen.
such as alcoholic intoxication, immersion of the limbs in ice buckets, or intentionally producing unconsciousness with a blow to the patient's head. There were no standards of care and no educational programs. Efforts then were geared towards discoveries and inventions. And in any case, societal attitudes were not favorable for surgical anesthesia to be accepted then. So how did anesthesia evolve from a craft?
My video is playing. Let him go off the screen
evolution
and give
or the
me
progression of anesthesiology
the screen
from
to
a
share.
craft to a profession can be
It is
attributed to two significant events, one in North America and one in England.
Yes.
On October 16, 1846, at the Massachusetts General Hospital, administered chloroform to Queen Victoria I for the painless birth of Prince Leopold III in 1853, and repeated the feat in 1857 during the birth of Princess Beatrice. This royal patronage of obstetric analgesia, known then as chloroform a la reine, silenced all religious and moral objections to obstetric analgesia. It also marked an acceptance of pain relief in labor in Europe, since the monarchy had accepted it. So as a result of all this, doctors were appointed as professors to universities, professors of anesthesia in universities in America, and heads of departments. Sir Ralph Waters, better known for the to and fro carbon dioxide canister and introduction of cyclopropane into anesthesia practice, generally known as
can you see
father
me?
of professionalism in anesthesia. He it was that created the first separate anesthesiology at the university. 1927. There were then very few medical journals, and Waters later instituted an anesthesia training program consisting of 3 years of rigorous training at Madison University. And in 1914, the quarterly supplement of anesthesia and analgesia was published. And Walter's first publication in that paper was titled, Why the Professional Anesthetist? The following year, McKinnon, Long, and Mackeson, who were students of Walter's, founded what ultimately became known as the International Anesthesia Research Society. In 1922, that society published Current Resources in Anesthesia and Analgesia, and that was the first journal in the United States of America devoted exclusively to anesthesia. Mackeson also founded the Toledo Technical Appliance Company, who invented the first on-demand nitrous oxide and oxygen machine with percentage calibration of the two gases. They also invented oxygen tanks and suction machines. Virginia Apgar, who was also a student of Ralph Waters, pioneered research into obstetric analgesia and developed a simple but rapid method of assessment of the newborn known as Apgar score, which we still use today. And she discovered through research that maternal and neonatal outcomes improved with the use of regional anesthesia rather than general anesthesia for delivery. Another pioneer of professionalism was Henry Beecher. He advocated the use of placebo-controlled studies in all drug trials and became known as the father of prospective double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trials. It was Beecher's insistence on informed consent in clinical research that was crucial to enabling the acceptance of the concept of patient autonomy. So it became obvious to these pioneers that for anesthesiology to be seen as a true profession, certain conditions had to be met. And these conditions are: a systematic body of knowledge must be taught to practitioners of anesthesia. Organizations must be formed who will establish, implement, and oversee standards of education and practice. Research programs must be nurtured that tie basic sciences to clinical care.
That is serious.
Societal meetings must be.
I don't understand this, what's going on.
I'm sorry, we have to, we are going to make the video available on all our social media platforms. I'm so sorry about how this has played out today. We'll very quickly go to Professor Ilori's lecture, and I want to invite Dr. Salau to handle that. Professor Ilori will speak, and right after that, Professor Fineface Organ will speak. Dr. Salau, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Professor.
Yes, good afternoon. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, Professor Ilori will be taking us on our sub-team 2 of the Nigerian Center of Anesthetists conference for this year. She will be talking on academic opportunities in anesthesia. Please, can we have the slide for Professor Iniabasi Ilori, please?
The slides are being shared already. Professor Ilori, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Is anybody sharing the slide?
Who is sharing? Are you not the one who shared the slide just now?
We can see.
Just roll it on to the
Okay.
beginning. Roll it to the
can see your
beginning.
slides, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well. We can see your slide.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was given the topic to, starting on the existing protocol, I was given the topic to talk about on academic opportunities in anesthesia. However, the two topics that have been given to both of us is somehow related: career development and academic opportunities. So I'll just take, there's just a slight difference because academic opportunities refers purely to research, would I call it education and research, while career opportunities, which my other colleague will explain further, is on training. But there's just a slight difference. My outline is very simple. Since you have been given 20 minutes Since you have been given 20 minutes to talk, so it's just on introduction, academic opportunities, objectives, and pathways. Sorry, the slide seems not to be moving. As an introduction, when we refer to academics, you know, sometimes academics is being referred as something that is purely theoretical, having no direct clinical application. And if we talk about opportunities, opportunities is just a situation that presents for one to do something that is possible. But in talking about academic opportunities in anesthesia, I will be taking the word academic anesthesia. For academic opportunities in anesthesia does not merely refer to theoretical alone. It also has a practical component. So if we say that for academic opportunities in anesthesia, it has both clinical and academic components. The essence of the academic opportunities in anesthesia is essential for the future of anesthesia. The objective is that it provides opportunity for continuous personal growth and career development. It also gives a person that is interested in academic anesthesia opportunity of training residents. That is why it is necessary for the future of the specialty. Because if there are no trainers, there will be no continuity of the specialty. Apart from that, we contribute to the anesthesia literature by scholarship and research. We have heard from people that have done research that our occasional speaker was trying to say they were anesthetists that are still using today.
Hello. Yeah.
It also is a career in which the skills are acquired through continuous practice and attending expertise. There are pathways, if I may call pathways for opportunities in the academic anesthesia. We have academic career is often, if somebody that is interested in academic area, is often start after completing residency. Trainees who are interested in research are encouraged to start quite early while in training. For formal research training pathways, these are institutional based. We have what we call the academic clinical fellowship. These allow 25% research time and are generally aimed at trainees who wish to gain experience in research, when you have the academic clinical lecturership, these allow 50% research time to develop academic skills, obtain postdoctoral fellowship, higher and advanced specialist training. For the academic pathways, which I already said that it follows after residency training. There is a further training that is what we call fellowship in areas one of interest, which could either be a clinical or research fellowship. The fellowship creates an area of clinical subspecialty expertise upon which an academic career can be built on. So if you want to develop an academic career, you must specialize in one of the anesthesia specialty, and which we know there are many. Then from there, you can move on to specialize in a subspecialty of that. The academic pathways in Nigeria, after residency, one is awarded a fellowship in one area of specialty, which in anesthesia general. We are yet to develop a subspecialty training in the fellowship exams, but that is on the pathway now. In the academic pathway, one is appointed to lecturer one, though this is being contested with the ongoing fellowship and PhD controversies. And that is why we don't know what will happen in the future. If anybody is in training in pursuing an academic career in anesthesia, it's good if one starts while in the residency, so that you publish some papers as a resident, whatever happened with all these controversies, whether they are going to push fellowship and say fellowship is equal to lecturer two, and then they will come at PhD, which are given lecturer two in Nigeria. And if you have had some papers, then you can be moved to lecturer one, depending. The promotion and tenure processes on each post are different in many institutions, but all institutions have well-defined promotion guidelines from lecturer one to full professor. In most universities in Nigeria, this takes minimum of 6 to 9 years. Academic career is based on continuous contribution to the anesthesia literature through research, collection of this new knowledge, wide dissemination of this knowledge through peer review mechanisms in the subspecialty of one's interest to attain expertise. If you have found something, if you don't want to, you have to develop it. And that is why, like one of our keynote speakers had developed, through academic research, had developed a simple way of identifying at the epidural space. So that's the duty, that's the work of the academic anesthesia. For the clinical fellowship, there are accredited centers for training in different subspecialties in anesthesia, which in collaboration with WFSA assist young fellows from low and middle income countries to subspecialize. But there are certain conditions, certain criteria for eligibility for this training. So must be a qualified physician and fully trained in anesthesia as per the regulations of the home country. That means that the person must be a fellow before he can be able to apply for the clinical fellowship subspecialty that is in collaboration with the WFSA. And it must be supported in their application by their own National Society of Anesthesia. That is, the NSA will have to write a recommendation. That's why we encourage everybody to be a member of the NSA, because if you want to specialize or go into academic area and you need some sponsorship, you come and find out that you have to refer back to the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists to write a recommendation for you that they have been an active member. He said it must be supported in the application by the chief of their home department of anesthesia. It means that that person must be employed and must be returning to the home country to a recognized post. So if you do not have a recommendation from where you are working, then you are not eligible for this training. Then the person must be under 40 years of age. And this is where I implore the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists to look into it, because most people now, before they can finish training, they are more than 40 years, because somebody will have primaries, there is no place to do residency. There was a time in Nigeria, for almost 3 years, no new residence was being employed. So how would the person come and finish with all the hurdles to pass through, come and finish residency and will not be more than 40 years? And they say should preferably be working in a teaching hospital. How many teaching hospitals are working, employing residents now? So some of these conditions, those that in the education committee should try to review some of these conditions, as since they are trying to help the people in low and middle income countries. Some of these things, some of these conditions should be reviewed. There are people in specialist hospital. Are they not eligible to train? We have federal medical centers that are training. Should it only be teaching hospital? Then the fellowship are intended mainly for young anesthesiologists from geographical region near where the training is based. Most of this WFSA fellowship training has been put on hold because of the pandemic. India as a country has WFSA accredited training centers for all subspecialties fellowship training in anesthesia. So with this COVID, they can still continue with their training, subspecialty training within their country. Like within Nigeria, I come and find out we are still holding meetings. If we have, unfortunately, this is not so in Nigeria. The pediatric and obstetric anesthesia training, which were started in Nigeria, has been put on hold, even though only the obstetric anesthesia is still continuing. But this training is not domiciled in one hospital. The obstetric anesthesia training is both in ABU, Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, and University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. I wonder why it has to be two hospitals that one has to go through. You spend some time in UPTH, then you move over to ABU. Is it that we are not having enough cases or enough patients? That is why the thing has to be domiciled in two hospitals. The pediatric anesthesia was domiciled both in Lagos University Teaching Hospital and University College Hospital Ibadan. But due to insufficient number of patients or whatever, I don't know what was the cause, that course was stopped. However, obstetric anesthesia training is more widely spread and in many countries. Almost every country that is a member of the WFSA has a training center for obstetric anesthesia. In Nigeria, academic anesthesiologists is what we call triple traits. Why do I call them triple traits? They are clinicians, researchers, and educators. And this does not make for efficient academic development. What we call a double trait is better, which is based on expertise, both in clinical subspecialty and in education, administration, or research. It means that in anesthesia, there are wide opportunities, academic opportunities. First of all, to develop your academic opportunity or to improve on your academic opportunity you have to subspecialize. And that is why there's an expertise both in subspecialty clinical area. Then you can then take to the line of education and training or administration and research. The clinical specialty for an academic anesthetist involves a career which takes to research to create an impact in your area of interest. It is necessary after subspecialization to go further and focus on an area in that subspecialty that one is passionate about. And if you are passionate about it, you have to learn to teach. You research, you innovate, write up a presentation, you present locally, nationally, and internationally. We go on to education and training. This involves this goes beyond just teaching. It involves providing an environment in which residents and medical students can develop and learn. How do you provide an environment in which medical students make the place comfortable, devise teaching methods that are simple for people to understand, develop and implement structures and curriculum, and evaluate, and from time to time, you evaluate these education processes at which identify area of lapses in which you can improve. You study and develop education expertise in education evaluation system, competencies evaluation, and simulation education, which has become part of our training now, a part of what we are doing now. The OSCE examinations that we do in the clinical area, because of having live patients. You can find out that most postgraduate training now in the clinical session is moving towards simulation. And that is why we need people that could get specialized in simulation education. Administration. In administration, as it refers to anesthesia, involves operating room management and administration study. What does that mean? You develop processes that could improve the efficiency and safety of the perioperative care. Operation room management, look at, there are people that sit down abroad, you can't find that the people have studied different surgery and know how long it will take an average surgeon to take to complete a particular surgery. People have studied how the blood loss for each particular surgery. That is why they can tell us for this particular type of surgery, cross match this number of pints of blood or units of blood, or this type of surgery does not require any cross match grouping and cross matching. This one requires only grouping. It's through the operating room management administration study that one is able to do all these things so that improve the efficiency and safety of the perioperative care. For the research often is preferable institutional based. Research can take in form of clinical, education, or basic sciences. So in any of these specialty, in any of these subspecialty, you can find out that you have the clinical component, you have the education component, you have the basic science component. Basic science is trying to, like, for example, till like now, people are still trying to investigate the effect of anesthesia on developing brain. And in doing that, we have to go to animal studies and looking at the different pain. Our president, while presenting her inaugural lecture, had told us about the research she was doing on pain management with certain herbs. So those are the basic sciences. So there's still a lot of, and it requires substantial training, mentorship, and funding. And that is why for research, it has to be institutional based. In Nigeria, you can't find that it is only university that have access to TEFORM funding. So if we want to do research, you must revert to the university, even though now they are trying to see how they can make TEFORM to spread to the teaching hospital. So it means that for you to do a lot of research is expensive. Sometimes you can go and research and you cannot be able to get something out of it. You might not be able to have a breakthrough to have any new discovery. So that is why it is expensive. And because research is expensive, you come and see that what is being presented and the fellowship, dissertations, are not really real research. They are just looking for something that will not be so much involved, because to do real research, it requires funding. And in Nigeria, the only avenue you can have for research funding is through TEFORM. And that is why it has to be institutional based. In conclusion, there are innumerable academic opportunities in anesthesia. In Nigeria, it is largely a virgin area. It is in venturing into academic anesthesia that there could be innovations on simpler ways of doing routine tasks, development of protocols and guidelines for management of different emergency, resuscitation, and critical care scenarios. You know, we just borrow guidelines, protocols, and guidelines from the developed world, but sometimes it might not really apply to our own situation. Let's cite, for example, the Apache score. In the Apache score, we come and find out that there is an area in which a clinical a laboratory investigations is required to complete that score. How many hospitals, even though that can give us some of those laboratory results within 24 hours, Even though when we go for accreditation, they will say 30 minutes. But in practice, is it really so? So we need to look at certain things that we can do. And it is in developing these protocols and guidelines that we'll be able to, that suits our own situation. That is when academic opportunities come. And it will, at the end, it will improve the efficiency and safety of the perioperative care for all categories of patients. Thank you for listening.
For your lovely presentation. Informed by the chairman LOC that Professor Eguma wants to round up his lecture. Please, want to round up our lecture. Please, all the questions should be typed in the chat box. We will take it after all the lectures. Thank you all.
Okay.
Please, let's type all the questions in the chat box. We'll take it after the second lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morayo. The presenter has to remove, she has to stop sharing so that Professor Eguma can share her slide. Thank you.
I'm trying to stop sharing. I can't, sorry.
Please, can we have Professor Eguma's concluding part of our lecture? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Please, you can go ahead, ma'am.
Can you hear me, please? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now.
Yes,
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you. Well, I've had a whole lot of problems, but I hope I can say my little bit in the time that is given. I had started this lecture by saying that this theme could not have come at a better time because the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a high toll on health workers worldwide, resulting in increased demand for our members. And this has opened doors for work and learning for several people. And whether we should look at this as a gain or pain of COVID-19 will depend on how we comport ourselves as we take advantage of these new work and learning opportunities while contributing to global health. So, anesthesia, a combination of ideas, events, and individuals led to the discovery of anesthesia. I had, before I was interrupted, talked about what it was during the olden days, before the advent of anesthesia as we know it. That picture there depicts anesthesia before 1846. The progression of anesthesiology from a craft to a profession can be attributed to two events. One at the Massachusetts General Hospital, where William Morton demonstrated surgical anesthesia, and the other in England, where John Snow administered chloroform to the Queen for the birth of her children. Those two events marked the acceptance of anesthesia as a profession. Yeah. What has happened? Well, I also had taken us through the pioneers of professionalism in anesthesia. I mentioned Ralph Waters, Henry Beecher, Virginia Abgar, and all the rest. And I said that with all these developments, they realized that there were certain conditions that needed to be fulfilled if anesthesia was to become a true profession. And I then looked at anesthesia in Nigeria. I was beginning to talk about what it was in the early days when I went off. So I said that the first department of anesthesia started in Louth in 1962. And later, in 1966, the Department of Anesthesia at the University College Hospital, Ibadan, was instituted. I looked at anesthesia training in Nigeria, and I mentioned the various great anesthetists which Nigeria had produced. And I said that that was by no means an exhaustive list. We have a lot more whom I did not mention, and a lot more who are upcoming. What are the attributes, or what attributes denote professionalism in anesthesia practice? I said that anesthesia, professionalism is a term that describes certain attributes, attitudes, and values that are demanded of a group of professionals. And for doctors, it embodies the ethical and moral commitment to excellence, to altruism, integrity, lifelong learning, and deep respect for human beings. And for anesthetists, it entails a commitment to excellence and patient safety in the performance of our duties. And this presupposes that we have the requisite skills and competencies and knowledge that we need to do that. Now, the question is, to what extent has professionalism become entrenched in anesthesia practice in our country today? We will agree that these are difficult times. Nigerian anesthetists are part of a society plagued with increasing financial stress, lawlessness and insecurity, greed, lack of basic amenities, and waves of pandemic. Added to this are the highly stressful realities of work routine, sleep deprivation, disruption of family life, and long hours of work, often with inadequate equipment that are peculiar to the profession in this climate. And then the prevailing desire for quick money and prestige in our society today. All these are bound to impact negatively on the performance of anesthetists and result in unprofessional conduct. What are the challenges of professionalism? I believe that each one of us can relate to a wide catalog of attitudes and conduct that erode professionalism in anesthesia practice. Conduct such as arrogance and abuse of authority, intimidation of subordinates, disrespect to senior colleagues, bias towards certain patients on account of tribe, religion, or political affiliation, sexual harassment at work, fraud, greed, dishonesty, poor handling of patients' confidential information, deliberately awarding undeserved high marks at examinations to 8 candidates whom we know to pass, non-disclosure of conflict of interest in research, dishonesty in reporting critical incidents. These are but a few of the ways in which anesthetists exhibit unprofessional conduct. And given the theme of this conference, it is my hope that each of us will reflect on what key roles we have to play to enhance professionalism. What is the way forward in enhancing professionalism in anesthesia practice in Nigeria? There are various stakeholders. The government and employers of labor, we will look at. Government and employers of labor must create an enabling and conducive environment for the anesthetist to function in a professional manner. This they can do by providing drugs and equipment, adequate remuneration, safe living and working environment. All this will give anesthetists job satisfaction and bring out the best qualities in them, thus promote professionalism in practice. It may even arrest the current brain drain. Now, the trainers and departments of anesthesia also have a role to play. How a department is structured influences the conduct of its members. And a department that fosters civility and discipline but friendly work ethics will thrive and maintain good patient outcome. Senior anesthetists should show leadership by being available to teach and mentor their trainees. They should also encourage communication between them and their trainees so that they can better understand the challenges of the trainees and guide them better. In addition to encouraging the acquisition of knowledge, they should emphasize partnership and teamwork and high standards of practice during training. Now, professional bodies have a role to play. They, in turn, have to hold frequent meetings or regular meetings like this one to promote discussion on best practices. They must have media to disseminate information relevant to patient care. And they must put together regulations for membership, continued membership of those organizations, and penalties for erring members. The training colleges, I said, should find ways to incorporate professional attributes as part of competency training or requirement in residency training. And they should do this by identifying measures that define professional behavior and including these as part of the yearly assessment of trainees. They must also oversee the standards of education and also promote research. Then the role of the individual, which is the most important one. Despite the challenges we face as anesthetists today, we are duty bound to conduct ourselves in a professional manner by virtue of the fact that we all took the Hippocratic Oath. We must be dedicated to the service of our patients and to seeking improvements in our academic and clinical practice by engaging in lifelong learning to maintain our knowledge and retain skills at the highest level. While our goal is patient safety, we have to be our brother's keepers. Self-care and welfare of colleagues are fundamental principles of professionalism. Ethical attributes such as honesty, empathy, integrity, humanism are not taught in the classroom. They are imbibed at home and they develop as one interacts with peers and role models in society. It is hoped that this profession will attract individuals who have imbibed such attributes which they can bring to bear on their practice. In conclusion, I want to say that good training, excellent expertise, impeccable personal behavior, good communication skills, and good moral attitudes will make the Nigerian anesthetist truly professional. Ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate over the next few days on the theme and sub-theme of this year's conference, let us bear in mind that the onus is on us to ply our trade with professionalism. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ma. Well delivered lecture by Professor Stella Eguma. We appreciate you, Ma. Please, can we have the lecture by Professor Sontonye, Fine Face Organ?
So, sorry.
Please, Ma, can you stop sharing your slides?
That's what I'm trying to do, please.
All right, Ma.
Sorry, moderator, may I come in, please?
All right, Ma, you can come in, Ma.
Sorry, Ma. Let us first appreciate the keynote address speaker and then give her an award and close that session before we continue, please, if you don't mind. I had put a message across I didn't know that you didn't see it. Please, LOC chairman, you want me to do that?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
can you do
Thank
it?
you very much. You can go ahead, ma'am, to present the award to the keynote speaker.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the great presentation. We highly appreciate. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Stella Asira Eguma, for that well-deserved, well-written, and well-delivered keynote lecture. We apologize for the hitches and the glitches. We pray that tomorrow we will do better. Sorry for the on and off. And thank you so much for your tenacity in insisting that you will say your words. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Ma. I want to tell distinguished ladies and gentlemen on this platform that Professor Stella Eguma trained me from Ibadan, from Calabar, right up to ABUTH Zaria, and supervised my Part 2 dissertation. So, having said that, it is my singular honor and privilege to appreciate the keynote address speaker in person of Professor Stella Asira Eguma by giving her an award of recognition. So on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, all the members, the Elders Forum, the Board of Trustees, and all the executive, I present you with a special award of recognition for your presentation at this 29th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting. Thank you. Clap for a round of applause for our keynote speaker, please. All of us, virtual applause. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Eguma. Would you like to respond or we go ahead? So can we also appreciate, after the presentation by Professor Ogan, we'll appreciate both Professor Ilori and Professor Ogan. Thank you very much. Over to you, Madam Moderator.
Okay, ma'am. We will now have the second lecture on the sub-team 2. The lecture will be delivered by Professor Sotonye Fineface Ogan, and the topic is career development in anesthesia. Professor Ogan, you have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Yeah,
Good
can you?
afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, we can hear you clear.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just to put a face to the presentation, I'm the one saying good afternoon to everyone. I will want to discontinue the video in order to allow the network stream properly. So sorry for all the inconveniences of switching off the video. Yeah, career development is something that everybody is interested to listen to, especially those who have ambition. But first of all, let me acknowledge my very senior colleagues and friends. Asikame, I can see you, Isamede. I can see you, and my mother, Sene Guma, and every other person, including the serving president of NSA, and all the colleagues here present on this platform. Good afternoon. Career development is a very touchy arena that involves everybody who has a future, who tends to pursue a future, establish something better for himself or herself. I don't know the slide. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to pass through this channel. I'll take my bearing from what is career development, the determinants in career development, stages of career development, are there challenges? How do you manage these challenges? And then I'll round up to give space for other events for today. Now, career is all about you, the individual, identifying your potentials and developing them, no matter what the circumstances you are passing through. In other words, it's a person's course or progress through life. Also, it pertains someone's occupation or profession that usually involves special training or formal education. I listened to the lectures by Professor Guma and Professor Lori. I can tell you that they have done almost 80% of my work. So it is lighter for me. But be that as it may, career is also considered to be a person's life work, in the sense that it is what you stick to at the end of the day. Yeah, career development, like we know, is an ongoing process of gaining knowledge and improving skills that will help an individual establish a career plan. All of us on this platform, we are all anesthetists. But I am not talking to those who are at the peak of their career or who are at the exit point. But Professor Ibuma talked about academic opportunities. I want to talk to those who are yet to make up their minds on which area of specialization you want to go to. How do you prepare your mind? how do you prepare the environment you are going to pass through in order to carry out your career plan? So, like I said, it is an ongoing process of gaining knowledge, improving your skills that will help an individual establish a career plan. Equally, it is a lifelong process. It takes a long time for you to get to the peak of your career. It involves learning, it involves decision making that brings you closer to your ideal job, skill set, and lifestyle. Developing a career is a long and windy road. It's a journey of many miles. I will not quantify it, but I will just qualify it by saying that it's a journey of many miles. For example, residency. If you want to do anesthesia, it requires a minimum of 5 years. And then if you want to do some specialization, it will require a minimum of 6 months. So you can see it is not an easy path. It's a long and windy road to get to the peak of your career. And when you're developing your career, you cannot do it alone. You need a mentor. And you, the person desiring a career, you are a mentee. So it takes a combination of a mentor and a mentee to execute a career development plan. A mentor is somebody who has a very good fund of knowledge about that area of your career. And a mentee must be a very humble and submissive person, doctor, nurse, student, who is willing it must be available to be used. And when you are now a professor, you will use others. So it's a combination of the activities of the mentor and a mentee to establish a career development plan. I put up this slide. If you are going to ask God to guide your steps, you have to be willing to move your feet. You cannot be in your saddle and then say you are pursuing a career. You must move from your comfort zone. You must walk. When the children of Israel, according to the scriptures, were in the wilderness, and God provided quail and manna, He asked them to walk, rise up and walk and go and pick the quails and manna. It was not too much for God to place the quail and manna on their dining table. So it requires your own self-effort, your own input. So if you are going to ask God to guide your footsteps, you have to be willing to move your feet. There are things that can motivate or kill your career plan. If you have no plan for the future, I have NFA there. That is not Nigerian Football Association. That NFA there is no future ambition. If you don't have any future ambition, you don't have any plan for career, or if you want to just follow the crowd, you will surely fail. If your choice of a career is influenced by others, you will surely fail. I have somebody who is working in the bank as a regional manager, but he's a medical doctor. He has always desired to read economics and grow along the path of arts and crafts. But his parents, to please his parents, the parents said, no, we need a doctor in the house. So he went to medical school and then finished the medical, became a graduate, read MBA, did masters in economics, and is working in the bank. So he's a failure in terms of medical practice. Sometimes our parents force us to take the decision of a particular career path. It is by fire, by force. The career, you must be an engineer. No, you are good in physics, you must do it. Meanwhile, the student or their son or daughter is very weak in mathematics. Then because of their own ego, they want to influence the career choice of their daughter or their son. And sometimes what mitigates career plans or development plans is current trends. You see, people just follow the crowd or follow the trend. Like in Nigeria, if a woman is succeeding in frying akara, beans cake, everybody in the neighborhood want to fry beans cake. But every profession has its own grace. Grace for individuals. Two of us can open a shop and we are selling spare parts. One will be selling more than the other. The man that is selling more has more grace. So you don't do things, you don't choose a career path because you are following the current trend. What he really got crafted him for was to read O&G. So he went away and read O&G, primary secretly and passed, and crossed over to O&G. So he is a failure in terms of anesthesia. So that is what we mean by a sudden leap into an unplanned career. The lack of motivation. You are not well motivated. You cannot pursue a career if you are not well motivated. And if you are unable to discover your capabilities, some of us made up our minds to become anesthetists. We were lucky to maintain that frame of mind. We made up our minds to become anesthetists when we were in medical school. I'm so much in love with gadgets, playing around patients. So that really influenced my choice for anesthesia. But when my mother told me that my delivery was a very painful one among the 5 children, that also influenced my choice of obstetric anesthesia, which I love to practice even in the dream. So failure to discover one's capability will mitigate your career development plan. You must know yourself. Man, know thyself. It's not a curse. So some of us are living on fantasia, what I call fantasia. You want to build a castle, a 21-story building in the air. It cannot work. You want to become a neuroanesthetist with such specialization to posterior cranial fossa surgery. And then you are working in one remote rural area. It cannot work. You waste all of your lifetime thinking how to become that neuroanesthetist who specializes in anesthetizing patients coming in for posterior cranial fossa surgery. So these are some of the things that mitigate our successes in our career development plan. Current trends make people to lose focus. And also the effort to increase quantity will make people, will mitigate the whole essence of a career plan. And now we are beginning to see survival of the fittest. Now parents are beginning to be challenged. Teachers are beginning to be challenged in terms of career development. Because of what is going on in the world, Professor Kuma touched a little bit on it. There are a lot of frustrations here and doctors no salary. Salaries are not coming as advised. When you see a professor who is earning 416,000 naira and somebody who is fixing a car at the end of the month is getting almost 700,000 naira, of course, you will give up. We have a medical doctor in our hospital who got to the level of a registrar, passed his primary, and then dropped out of residency to become a motor mechanic. It's a verifiable fact, I'm telling you. Even the president sent me a back office note to ask if that story was true. It was on BBC. So these are things that can make someone to drop out easily. The increasing competition. When we wrote primaries in anesthesia, we were just 6. When we wrote part 1 in anesthesia, we were just 11. But you can see that part 1 alone in anesthesia, they up to 110, 120. So there's an increasing competition, and that can lead to frustration, and frustration will lead to increase in dropouts. So who are those responsible for the lack of motivation or factors that are mitigating against the success in career plans? The students themselves are involved. Parents tamper with the career plans of their children. My children, I have 2 daughters. You will see them at the end of the presentation. None of them is reading medicine. One is a lawyer. The other one is also reading law. They saw the poverty in their father, and then the younger one told me that I cannot come and read medicine and then be broke like you. Every time you borrow money to pay our school fees. But I have always given free hands to my children, and so it should be in every home. Even if the children decide to go and learn drawing in the university, allow them. But always put the fact before them. If you are reading drawing, or you are reading arts and crafts, or how to mold somebody's head, you must come out with a good degree. Many teachers also influence wrongly the career paths of the children. Schools, colleges, majority of them do that. The society, the government will say, if you are reading medicine, we will give you scholarship, $2,000. Then if you are reading geography, we'll give you $100. Everybody who does not have physics, who did only literature, government and religious knowledge, will want to go read medicine because of the money. Then people who have knowledge, people who have achieved success, they forgot others, people who can influence others for good. If they are not there, students, residents will definitely miss their career path. Professor Eguma touched a little bit about it. Even Eguma talked about, Professor Lori talked about it. You must have a good mentor that will direct you, mentor that will show you the way, mentor that will show you the light, the way to go. Even the Bible talks about it. Teach the child the way he should go, so that when he grows up, he will never depart from it. That is mentorship. We as parents, as teachers, we should be able to sit down with our residents, with our children, and ask them intimately, which area will you want to go? What is your career path? You begin to expose them to those things concerning that particular career, and they come out better people. What do we really do in this situation? Why selecting a career? Each and every one of us on this platform, we are created in a manner. Our fingerprints are different. My fingerprint cannot be the same with my wife. Even the fingerprints of twins cannot be the same. And we are all born only once. And let me tell you, when we spend almost 40 years on our work, it gives us a total of 80,000 working hours. Now ask yourself, how will you spend these 80,000 hours before you die? It's very, very important. Career decision-making process involves you must discover yourself. Ask yourself, who am I? What am I? What am I going to be that will benefit my family, that will benefit my country, that will benefit my workplace? One time American president, he said, think of what you can do for others, especially your nation, than what you will do for yourself. So you must discover yourself, who you are. Career development plan involves thousands upon thousands of questions with thousands upon thousands of answers. Then after discovering yourself, you begin to explore options. Now we have finished anesthesia. What next? Do I venture into pediatric anesthesia? Do I venture into obstetric anesthesia? How about intensive care? How about neuro anesthesia? How about this? How about that? How about geriatric anesthesia? You begin to look at the options. When you look at explore the options, you will know your weak areas. After exploring the options, you begin to make a decision. You will take a decision or make a decision. This is where I want to go. Fortunately for me, it's the story my mother told me that influenced me to be an obstetric anesthetist. But it may not be the same for everybody. But whatever circumstance you have found yourself, making that decision is key. And once you make that decision, it's now time for taking action. If you have just finished MBBS, you finish your MBBS, and at the end of the day, you don't know where to go, you have to explore options. And the way you explore the available options, you make a decision. Okay, maybe I want to read anesthesia. Then after making that decision, you take action by collecting the form for primaries. And then you pass your primaries, you evaluate the decision. Do I still continue? Not like that my colleague, who after primaries eloped and went and read obstetrics and gynecology. So you evaluate your decision. You continue to finish you get to the peak of your career. You, like I said, you have to ask yourself many questions. What are my interests? What are the values? What skills do I have? What are the personality preferences involved? Many people go for O&G. Many people go for surgery because they want to walk through the corridor. And then at the end of the day, patients will say, see my doctor. But the anesthetist, nobody knows him. He's a man of the back office. But when it comes to evil things, bad names, the anesthetist is the first to carry the bad name. I'll give you an example. I have an orthopedic surgeon in my hospital. He will be the last person to perform amputation. You know the reason? He said he doesn't want him to be described as, now this man cut my leg. But the anesthetist is the man that they will say, now this man will put me to sleep when they cut my leg. So personality preferences matter. What are the strengths? What are your strengths? What are the 3 careers that interest me as an individual? Out of the 3, one can pick one and major on it. So exploring the options, what information you have or the individuals can help you to explore your ambition, including your career options. The classes and activities can also help you to develop your strengths. The other question is, how can I learn more gain first-hand experience? It's all about informational interviews. You need to ask questions. You need to explore, do some form of exploratory internship. You have to do service learning. You have to work under people, and so on and so forth. By doing so, you are very likely to gain an experience. Now, making a decision. How much time and energy am I willing to invest to make a career decision? This is very, very important. Many of us don't consider that this is the most crucial part of the decision-making process or the career development. Who is part of my support system to help evaluate progress? That is where your mentorship comes in. That is where you need a mentor. What are my top priorities to consider for this decision? How can I strengthen my readiness success in a college or residency. And you have to know that what is one goal that I have achieved? That question will have to be answered. How can I reach that goal? What action can I take to achieve that goal? It's important. That depends on your career path and the amount of time and the sacrifices you make. Finally, which one of my talents can I develop through classes and outside activities? All of us are anesthetists today. I want to believe that everybody on this platform is an anesthetist. For you to be an anesthetist, and not just an anesthetist, a talented anesthetist, a seasoned anesthetist, is something you develop over time. It doesn't come like a meat pie. So we have to do things that will develop our career and make our career to be as stable as it should be. This picture, I grabbed this photograph of women coming from Yenegua after buying bunches of plantain. We can see that it's a heavy burden on the vehicle. Career quest is a heavy burden. It is not an easy road. For you to become a consultant anesthetist, you must have failed 1 or 2 exams. Even in your exams, you could be humiliated. But at the end of the day, some die in the process. After exams, as they are going home, they get a road traffic accident and die. Some in the process of their residency career, they acquire some diseases and become disabled or handicapped by the disease. So you can see it's a heavy burden. It's not as easy as that. That's why the decision-making process is very key in your career development plan. Sometimes it involves multitasking. You need to do a lot of things at the same time, especially those of us that are married before commencing residency or while in residency you get married. Of course, you need to provide for the family. Of course, you need to provide the children's school fees. You need to pay your house rent. Side by side, you are pursuing a career. Now the exam fees are about 250,000 or thereabout. You must pay it. Even if you fail, you must continue to pay until you pass. So it involves a multitasking process. Probably some of you are pastors or imams in the church. You need to add them up. They are all part of the multitasking. There's no single, straightforward, thin line career path. You have to carry so many things along. So you need to evaluate your decision. Is my decision to become an anesthetist a realistic option? Is ONG not better? Okay, why don't I just go and lie down on bed and do community medicine by reading how to kill mosquito, how to fumigate, how to give COVID-19 vaccine, and so on. I believe by the time you read these 3 topics, you can be a fellow. But anesthesia will involve your knowledge, an in-depth knowledge in physics, chemistry, and biology. Applied physics, applied chemistry, and applied biology. Then you go into anatomy, you go into all sorts of things. By the time you look at all these things, for you to become an anesthetist, you have passed through several bends. So why don't I just go and read certificate in anesthesia and just go and remain in one local area? So your decision must be realistic. Is there anything preventing me from achieving this goal? Some of us get frustrated out during our career. We begin to give excuses. My father is too old. I need to work. I need to work to build a house. I need to do this. Like I said, you must learn, if you are pursuing a career, you must learn to do multitasking. Some of us have farms, we work in the farms. Some of us have clinics, we are running our clinics. Some of us, that's here and there, like electrons, doing conducting anesthesia for surgeons who will pay us little or nothing. We give that as an excuse. But is there anything preventing you from achieving this goal? You need to ask this question as part of your evaluating process. What will it mean if I didn't have any barriers? Who in my support system can assist me with achieving this goal? That is where you need to have a mentor. A mentor is the same thing as academic advisor, who will direct you. If you have any issues or challenges, you need to meet your mentor or your academic advisor or a more senior person who is open his hands to you, so that he can direct you, advise you positively, so that you can go forward. There are 5 most crucial factors in career cycle. You need to plan. You need to persevere. You need to believe in yourself. You need to have the facts of where you're going to. If you're traveling from Calabar to Lagos, you need to plan. If you're the one to drive yourself, you need to plan. You need to persevere. You need to have a self-belief that I can drive to Lagos. You need to have the facts to be sure that hoodlums are not on the way, kidnappers are not on the way that you're going to pass through. Then you show commitment by driving, filling your tank, driving a good car. Finally, you get to Lagos. So these ones are very, very essential. They are like salt, pepper, onions, tomato, Maggi, when women cook in the kitchen. You need to put all these spices together to get a good pot of soup. So what are the stages of career development? Self-assessment, I mentioned before. We need to have the facts through research and investigation. We need to begin to prepare for that career path. You need to take a decision, make a decision. You need to establish and then maintain your decision. Then when you are through, you need to commence work. At the end of your career, you now start work. Now, we have 2 groups of workers. We have those who have just finished from West African College of Surgeons or National Postgraduate Medical College, faculties of anesthesia. They are the ones who we call early career workers. But those of us, I'm not comparing myself to Professor Stella Guma or Professor Sylvia Tan, but I'm a mid-career worker. Then we have late career workers, those who are nearing retirement. And then when we retire, we are now entering into the decline stage, where career is no longer needed. We are all buying our tickets to enter the departure lounge to take a flight. So that is the stage. These are the stages of career development. Now, how do we decide? It requires your abilities, aptitude, or interest, in addition to your personality and motivation. When you add this group of qualities, then you can now make a career choice. Like I said, it's a pyramid, and it tapers with subspecialty. For example, in anesthesia, you need to understand yourself. You need to explore the options. You need to choose a specialty, that is anesthesia. You need to land on a residency. You have to do the residency. Then when you finish the residency, you don't end there. You go into subspecialty. Just like Ilori said, you begin to look at the academic.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Please, you need to round up, sir, in the next 5 minutes, sir.
I will try.
Thank you, sir.
So end up with subspecialty. Now, what are the templates for career development? Now, we have career goals, career objectives. We have educational and training activities. We have research activities. We have products and timeline. Your career development plan must have a timeline. I hear in some hospitals, residency is like 10, 12, 13, 14 years. You need to have a career plan. If you accept the call to leadership. He must be willing to be misunderstood. He must be criticized. He must be opposed, accused, and even rejected. Now, in the pursuit of your career, you know you need to move along, accommodate a lot of things. He who invites a tortoise into his home must be prepared to accommodate his share. It's important for you to know that it is not just the career alone. Your wife and children are there, and your relations. They are all there for you to carry along during the pursuit of your career. So what are the challenges? We have the promotion challenge. When you finish your career, you need to be promoted. And then that will be at the envy of your colleagues, your peers. You have to lead your former peers. Those of you who started presidency and you are God's grace led you, you finish before others. You will need to lead your former peers. And there's always a challenge associated with it. You need to learn diplomacy challenge. You need to learn onboarding challenge. You need to learn the international move challenge. Probably most of us are moving to Saudi Arabia. But because of change of culture, they are finding those who arrive early are finding it extremely difficult to adapt. Because here we wake up 10 o'clock and go to hospital around 11. But it is not so there. So what does it take to succeed? You have to increase your self-awareness, embrace the change that is ahead of you, and you must have a very good leverage networks. Now, the role of a mentor in career development is summarized on this thing I've posted here. It requires motivation, advice, success. You need a direction, you need coaching, you need support, you need a target or a goal, and you require constant training and retraining. The role of a mentor in career development will guide you, your mentor, when you have a realistic career objective and expectation. The mentor will guide you in leading you in the right direction, obviously. The work of a mentor is also to help a mentee, grow in a career and not to push them only for promotion. Your goals must be defined, and goals should be defined to ensure a successful mentoring partner compatibility. Now, a mentor and a mentee should have an indisputable support for one another. The relationship should be balanced. It should not be too formal or too official. We must have a relationship. And do not forget that a mentoring relationship should not be a one-way street affair. Both the mentor and the mentee should be able to support each other and have a set down expectations. In conclusion, career development program must help employees or residents build a sustainable, future-proof, and adaptable approach to management of their careers. Career development that we have talked about is known as the link between an individual's drive and motivation and the organization's talent management strategy, like a hospital, like the society. It deals with the fundamental nature of the relationship of the individuals to their work and employees to their organizations. Finally, career development prepares the employees or the resident or the apprentice for the future and preserves an organization's ability to meet both existing and future needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your lecture. It has been an enlightening one. I'm sure everyone have gained one or two from these lectures. It's now time for the questions and answers. I'll look into the chat box to see any questions that have been typed there. There is a question for Professor Ilori. I think she had answered it in the chat box from Dr. Muibo Timothy. That how deep is the critical care exposure during anesthesia training? And he noted that most anesthesiologists find themselves manning ICU after they qualify. And then he also asked another question that in addition to obstetric and gynecology and pediatric post-fellowship, is asking if there's anyone in critical care, if it's possible in Nigeria, because he said most people have to travel out of Africa to get the training. Now, what can we do as a continent? I think NSA president have answered some of this is concerned, but I don't know if Professor Ilori have other answers to this question, ma. Hello, ma. Professor Ilori, are you there, ma?
Yes, I'm here. The NSA president has said that they have training in Egypt and Morocco and South Africa. But in Nigeria, we don't have yet. But I believe that there are some private facilities that are some private hospitals that have the facilities to train critical care. But these centers need to be accredited. And that is why we, in presenting the, what do you call it, academic opportunities, is the anesthetists in those hospitals who will then try to showcase what they have to let people know, and then they could be encouraged. They are the ones that will be encouraged to be, for people to come and accredit the center for the training of intensive care specialists. For example, in West Africa here, West African College of Surgeons, the Focus Orthopedic Hospital in Ghana had been accredited by West African College of Surgeons, Faculty of Anesthesia, to train in ICU. So we can have such centers. That is a private organization. So, but maybe such centers can ask for now is the WFSA that is sponsoring training in such areas, in a subspecialty. Maybe if the anesthetists there could talk to the education committee of WFSA, they can also come to look at their hospital, whether they can train specialists in critical care in the sub-region. Because one of the conditions is that the fellow must train in the region closest to him, where he's living. So if, like, for example, that West Africa has recognized Focus Orthopedic Hospital in Ghana for the training of ICU posting. So if WFSA also go and accredit the place, it can be used for training. I believe that there are centers, we work because of the COVID-19, the pandemic, there are centers in Nigeria here that have enough facilities to train intensive care specialists. But they have to make it known and invite the people to come and accredit them. Then they will have to have a program for training, because each sports specialty has its own program for training. So that has to be done. For now, no place yet in Nigeria has been accredited for intensive care training.
Thank you very much, ma, for your answers to those questions. There's another question, but I think you have answered it on the chat box, asking for where there's accredited center in Nigeria for training in ICU. You have answered that question. Then there's one that is asking for the age limits, whether there's anything that can be done about it. And then there's another one asking about renaming to reflect critical care by anesthetists.
What with the age limit? That's what, when I was presenting my lecture, I said that the president is in the education committee, they should fight that age limit should not be put for people in low and middle income countries, because most of the time, by the time people finish their residency, they are up to 40 years and above. So that age limit should be reviewed. They don't say they should be 40 years. And then they say the person should be returning to, should have a post What about the specialist hospital? That's a federal medical centers. If somebody in federal medical center wants to go and specialize, can the person go? So that is it. For renaming the faculty of anesthesia, or faculty of anesthesia intensive care, we should realize that intensive care medicine is not, even though the anesthetists are the one that pioneered the treatment there, but there are other specialties that come in to be specialized in critical care medicine. Respiratory physicians come there. Some cardiothoracic surgeons decide to specialize in critical care. So it's not actually domicile. Now it's not domicile again in anesthesia, even though anesthetists were the one that pioneered the critical care section.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. Okay, ma, you still wanted to say something? Sorry, I caught you there.
I just said for now, there is no plan to rename the faculty of anesthesia to faculty of anesthesia intensive care. No, we do name department of anesthesia and intensive care, but we cannot rename the faculty. Even the Royal College of Anesthetists, the still Royal College of Anesthetists, they don't. I don't think they have added intensive care to their name.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you.
There is a question for Professor Gan. Thank you very much for your presentation from Yusuf Kam. What advice will you give to some colleagues that couldn't finish the fellowship program and found it frustrating writing the dissertation and preparing for the exam? Professor Gan, are you there, sir?
Very much. It is whoever falls into that category needs to come out and attach himself or herself to a center that has an activity. I remember somebody was sent to us in UPTH, but he wasn't regular. And he's still battling with the part 2. Like I said, it requires mentorship. You cannot do it alone. Nobody climbs an Iroko tree with one hand. You know, you must need somebody to show you the way. I have so many mentors, and I have a lot of mentees. Even at this stage of my life, I still have mentors. I have a lot of mentees. So you cannot operate in isolation. There's nothing that should frustrate anybody writing his part 2 dissertation. All it takes is reassess yourself. Are you sure you want to finish this program? If you can answer that question in affirmative, then it's doable. You need to move ahead, come out of your comfort zone, because naturally, every man likes sitting in the saddle. So you must get out of that saddle and move into an uncomfortable arena. You have to leave your comfort zone to pursue the remaining 2 years, write your dissertation, and become a fellow. So there's nothing that can be as frustrating as you doing it alone. It's just like it's a cycle where you continue to run around without achieving anything. It's a mill wheel.
Okay, thank you, sir. There's another question for you from Dr. Irene. Thank you, Professor Gan. I didn't get this question well. It said, means location of practice determines one's subspecialty choices.
Okay, I've seen the comment by Aidenu.
Okay.
Location of practice has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with advancement of one's career. You must have, like I keep telling people, for you to build a house, you must have a mental picture of the house. Then you sell the idea to a mentor, somebody who is an architect. The architect would have show you different options. And then definitely you get to the stage of, aha, that is, I like this one. So you
Hello, sir.
leave that place
think we have lost his network.
Yeah.
He's coming in and out.
Yes.
Ah, oh.
Hello, sir. We can't hear you, Professor Gan.
It is network, I guess.
Hello, sir. It seems as if we have lost Professor Gan. I don't know whether he will be with us shortly because there's still like 1 or 2 questions that are still for him.
Maybe the other presenters will be able to attempt it. I don't know.
Okay, let me continue with other questions that is asked. Professor Ilorima, I don't know if you can.
Yes. Yes, there's this question on that there's rumors that pass marks are increased when candidates pass beyond a certain set limit. If this is true, is it not a factor that will reduce the zeal for specialize? Thank you. It is not true at all. The problem is that, and nobody goes out to say they want to fail any candidate, as far as I'm concerned. But the trainee needs to sit down and read. He said that career development is not a joke. You have to read in between lines because you are coming to specialize. So you must know the nitty-gritty of the specialty. So nobody set out to say because a lot of people have passed, so you increase the back. Whether if it happens in another faculty, in faculty of anesthesia that I'm the chairman, it doesn't happen. People just don't pass. And we try everything possible to make sure that we make as many as, because we know that a lot of people are leaving the country. We do our best to make sure that we take the common practical things. There's no harm if they have been paying attention to all the cases they have been doing, if the trainee has been paying attention to all the cases they have been doing in their theater in different hospitals and read them up. There's no how the person will not pass the exam. The same exam that somebody is scoring 28, another person is scoring 65. So it is not the problem is not with the exam. It's not that any examiner go out to fail. As far as anesthesia is concerned, maybe it happens in other faculties. There is no examiner in the anesthesia that go out to fail any candidates. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Dr. Morayo, Professor Legbe is raising up her hand.
Okay, ma, you are recognized, ma. Prof, ma, you can go ahead, ma. Unmute yourself, ma.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure taking time to listen and to be part of the conference and to also be part of the problems and the nitty problems up and down. I guess it's because we are doing our best in the situation we find ourselves. And I must congratulate everyone for putting all this effort into making it a success. My contribution is about critical training for critical care. This has been something that I have been very much interested in, and it has been something very, very sore and important in my soul and heart. And I made efforts when I realized that we have a lot of lacking in training and knowledge in intensive care to make available that training to some of the residents that were then, when I was an active consultant. I would say my plan was partial failure and partial success. Some of the people leading the ICU training and program today are part of the people that went through me for the training. it's still a problem that I keep thinking in my head and looking for solution. One, Ghana has been ahead of us. I worked in Ghana for 5 years. I was appointed a consultant there and a professor to train and raise the standard of anesthesia in Ghana. Now, they have gone very far and they had the opportunity, they're a small country, and they made the best of it. I congratulate Professor Anite for his great effort in moving intensive care training forward. And I'm so glad to hear that they have a program that they can train residents for intensive care. What I would suggest is that a few teaching hospitals should now embark on programs of training trainers in intensive care. And they would now be back home to train and continue the training. It is extremely important that those who have chosen to take that path should be committed. Commitment in different ways. I think some can be sent to Ghana for training for about 3 months at least. And they should be fully sponsored by their hospital. I'm also suggesting that we look into the avenue. And I think I'm trying to look into that, of getting some of my fellows to go abroad and have a 6 months or 1 year training, purely ICU. But I tell you my drawbacks. I can appreciate it, but I don't know how I'm going to get around it. When I get people to go abroad, they don't come back. And that is not my aim. My aim is for them to come back to Nigeria and move the Department of Anesthesia training forward. I mean, I know most of you appreciate my efforts in that regard, in developing the association and the department, and the skill. And it gladdens my heart when I look back to 1970s or the early 80s and see how many anesthetists I can point out to in different parts of Nigeria. I am really happy. I feel fulfilled. But we still need to move forward, especially in intensive care. And I'm urging committed people to come forward, take the training and come back when the opportunity opens up. The commitment is important. If you are not committed, you will be doing me and the country a lot of disservice. We need few people to come up and make up their mind that they're going to move anesthesia forward. Like a few. I mean, it's not a whole country that makes, it's just a few percentage of people that makes up a country and develops the, so I'm looking for these few people that are committed and wants to work along, especially in the intensive care. We are very deficient. The government itself, we have to move the government along. Professor Anite has been wonderful and he's been able to move his government along. Intensive care is highly financially intensive. The government has to put a lot of supplementation into it. Whoever are the people running it must be ready to look for NGOs that will be interested in supplying some of the consumables and so on in the intensive care, so that we don't limit that opportunity to only those who have and who can afford. So this is just my little contribution and challenge to us. Thank you very much and have a lovely time or the rest of the time in the conference.
Thank you
God
very
bless you
much,
all.
ma.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma. We appreciate your contribution, ma. I don't know if Professor Gan is around now to take one more question.
No,
President has
Dr. Salau, my
Yes, ma'am.
hand has been up.
Hey, sorry, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you so much. I want to commend you for the way you have steered the ship of this session. Well done. I
Thank
see
you,
you're
ma'am.
still in your session or your theater scrubs. Thank you. I want to thank our teacher and mentor, Professor Elegbe. She really spoke from her heart, and truly, really, some of us are aware of her efforts, and she has not relented in her efforts in this aspect of training, not just for intensive care, for anesthesia, for everybody. And we thank you, Prof. Ma. May God reward you. Please do not leave. You are one of the awardees in this session. So just give us a few minutes to tidy up things, and then you will be called up. You had been called up earlier, but things were not just okay. So thank you, Prof. Elegbe, for that beautiful one. We want to thank all the people commenting in the chat. I've seen Dr. Timothy Muyimbo from Uganda. Thank you. We've noted your comments. We'll see what we can do. We need to work together across Africa. We need to work together to put our heads together. The only training centers are for ICU. It's in Egypt and Morocco and South Africa. But West Africa and East Africa and Central Africa, there's really nothing. So we need to do, we are lagging behind. When through Professor Elegbe, Professor Dr. Obembe's tutelage and leadership, WFSA thought to bring the training to Nigeria, we looked and looked and looked, and we didn't have enough. They asked us the basic minimum facilities for ICU are not available in any ICU in Nigeria, or were not available as at that time. Maybe now with the new private ICUs coming up in Lagos and Abuja, possibly we might be able to make a go at it, but certainly not in our private, in our public teaching hospitals and federal medical centers and specialist hospitals. We were far, far below the minimum requirements, and that's why we couldn't make a case for ICU. But we picked the low-hanging fruits, which is the obstetric and the pediatric anesthesia, and even those ones have suffered a little hiccup. But we'll get back on track. Thank you, everybody. So please, because of time, we will close this session by presenting certificates of recognition and appreciation to the last two speakers in the persons of Professor Eni Abasi Ilori and Professor Sotonye Fineface Organ. Their profiles are in the book, so please, in case you want to look at it again, it's in the program booklet, it's in the brochure. So to save time, on behalf of the members of the executive committee, the elders, the past presidents and boards of trustees, and all members of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, I wish to appreciate Dr. Professor Eni Abasi Ilori for her lecture this evening. And with this, we are awarding her a certificate of recognition for her kind efforts. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am.
For that recognition, even though it took a lot of effort for me to agree to give the lecture because of my schedule of duty.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
The network is fluctuating, but I hope you can hear me. Can I go ahead?
I can hear you.
Okay. We wanted you to respond, but your voice is shaking.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, I was saying thank you for the award. I'm very grateful. I say, even though initially I refused to accept because I was looking at how I was going to conduct my first exam. So the thing was quite stressful on me. So, but you still insisted I must take something. And you did very well in sharing my topic, even though initially I was to take both the academic opportunities and career development. And I believe that, and Professor Organ has done justice to the career development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you, man. So the next person we are calling up is Professor Sotonye Fineface Organ. Professor Organ, on behalf of the members of the Executive Committee, the past President, the Elders Forum, and the Board of Trustees, and all members of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, we want to call upon you for an award of recognition of your excellent delivery of this lecture at this 29th Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, holding virtually and in the city of Kaduna. Sir, you are hereby recognized. Professor Gansa.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a rare privilege for me to speak to all the anesthetists in Nigeria at the same time, and also those of our colleagues who are outside the shores of Nigeria. It's a privilege, and I thank you for the opportunity. The topic of career development is something all of us are involved. As a parting word, I want to plead with all of us that have made it to the peak of our career to extend our right hand of fellowship to the younger ones down the ladder so that we can pull them up. Somebody suggested that why can't the National Postgraduate Medical College pass many of these residents? But we cannot pass residents who know nothing. But we have to show yourself worthy in character and in learning. So it requires a lot of hard work. So I want to plead with the residents on this platform to work a little harder and leave the rest for God to crown you with crown of glory. So once again, I'm very grateful to Madam President and my immediate boss, the Society of Obstetric Anesthetists of Nigeria. I labor under her. Sharma.
Professor Organ, you have a way with words. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting us as we are. Sorry for all the pressures. Thank you for taking it in all the same.
Thank you.
In spite of the fact that you were just recovering from some bits of ill health, you still took it up. Yes. We really appreciate. Thank you so much. We want to go ahead because of time. Please pardon us. We are really 1.5 hours, almost 1 hour and 20 minutes behind schedule. I want to thank everybody. I thank Professor Olufolabi Adeyemi. He's online. I know his lecture is tomorrow and his award certainly will be tomorrow. I want to also thank Dr. Tony Onyeka. She has been on. She will also get her lecture is tomorrow and she will get her award tomorrow. So for today, we want to recognize all those that helped us in the opening ceremony that hosted us in the National Ear Care Center, the Deputy Governor of Kaduna State, the Kaduna State Governor, the Commissioner for Health, and all those, the Dean Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Ahmadu Bello University, the Vice Chancellor, Ahmadu Bello University. We want to call them up now. Dr. Saidi Yakubu will just mention their names and we will just appreciate them with a certificate of recognition for their kind support before we go on to our Elders Forum.
Thank you very much, Ma. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Although you can speak a bit louder.
Oh, okay. On our list is Professor Hamidu Ahmad Umdigas, the Chief Medical Director of ABU Teaching Hospital Zaria. Professor Kabir Bala, the Vice Chancellor of ABU. We have Professor Elizabeth Okboli Unwaso, the Professor Famewell Memorial Lecturer. We have the Executive Governor, Malan Nasir Ahmad El Rufai. We have the Deputy Governor, Dr. Hadiza Sabwa Balaribe. We have Dr. Amina Mohamed Baloni, the Honorable Commissioner of Health, Kaduna State. We have Professor Dauda Muhammad Megatari, Dean of Faculty of Clinical Sciences, ABU Zaria. We have Professor Ahmed Bello, the Chairman Medical Advisory Committee of Ahmad Bello University Teaching Hospital Zaria. We have Dr. Abdul Qadir Rafinda, the Chairman AMD Khan Aput Zaria. We have Dr. Sokomba Aliu, the Chairman Nigerian Medical Association, Kaduna State. And then Dr. Mustafa Abubakar Yaro, the MD of the National Air Care Center. Thank you very much all.
So thank you very much, LOC Chairman.
Thank you.
By the best said on me as the president of the NSA, I've been asked to present an award and separate awards of recognition to all the people mentioned in the list by the Chairman LOC. So on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, all the members of the Executive Committee, the Board of Trustees, Elders Forum, and all of us here present, and our invited guests and our participants from the other countries like Uganda and Kenya and all over the world, I present each and every one of you here so mentioned certificates of special recognition for your kind support and participation at this 29th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists holding in National Air Care Center, Kaduna, and virtually on this 17th day of November 2021. You're hereby so awarded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Thank you so much. So the next set of people are our distinguished elders, all our septuagenarians and nonagenarians that have been training us and laboring on us. The list is not exhaustive. If anybody has been omitted, please pardon us. It's because of our limited knowledge and time and ability to communicate with people. I will call upon the Secretary, Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, and the Vice President, Nigerian Society of Anesthetists, to just call out the names. Please, you will pardon us because of time. We will not read out each and every citation, but we will put them up on our platforms for people to see. Thank you very much. Dr. Nkechi Okoje, please, and Dr. Busola Briggs.
Thank you very much, Ma, for the presentation so far. On our list, we have about 21 of our elders. We've taken the first two, that is, we've taken Professor Soyonwo, as Professor Loiton Soyonwo, we've taken that. Then the next on the list is Professor Sylvia G. Ackman, we've taken her. The next person that we're taking is Professor Eniola Elegbe. We'll not be able to read a citation, but we want to appreciate her for joining us. Please pardon us, Ma. The next person is Professor Beatrice Oyu Ume. The next is Professor Olushola T. Kushumo. Then after her,
Kovani, please put up the screen sharing of the list of awardees, please. I mean, share the screen. Sorry, Nkechi, please go ahead.
Okay, we after her, we have Professor Nosa Philomena Edonyi from the University of Benin, Professor of Obstetrics and Obstetric Anesthesia. Another distinguished personality on our list is High Chief Dr. Bernard Aproku. Please pardon me if I'm not pronouncing the name properly. You are highly recognized. Another on the list is Professor Ayo O. Nyengule. He sent his best wishes, wishing us a successful outing, though he apologized that he will not be able to join us. The next on the list is Professor Patience Sotumbi. We recognize you, ma. Thank you for all the efforts you have put in anesthesia. The next is Dr. William Denner. Fortunately, we have a daughter being represented on this platform. She's also an anesthetist just like him. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the effort so far. Another is Dr. Quinette Aprecia. Thank you, ma. God bless your labor of love and for anesthesia, especially in North Ughelli Delta states. The next on the list is Dr. Mrs. Foresti. Pardon me if I'm not pronouncing that well.
Foresight.
Sorry, ma, about that. Of course, the next is Dr. Ogunsuleri. Thank you for your effort so far in the Southwest. We cannot, we highly appreciate it. We don't take it for granted. The next is Dr. Mrs. Solanke. Thank you, ma. God bless you for all your efforts. The next is Dr. Femi Ogunaike. Thank you for being a past NSA president. Thank you for all the efforts in developing this association. Thank you, Doctor. The next is Dr. Yinka Solanke. Thank you for the efforts you put in orthopedics and regional in the in Federal Orthopedics Center Igbobi. Next is Dr. Remy Unyu. Thank you for the efforts in the Southwest, that's in UCH. Then we have Dr. Mary Ogebe from Makodi. Thank you, ma, for the middle belt, what you did there. Then we have Professor Funsho Akiyemi. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that way again, but thank you, ma, for all the efforts. I'm sure your children on this platform will get our messages across to you. We deeply appreciate. Then we have Dr. Mrs. Yemiko, who was also once in Lut. Thank you for all your efforts, ma. And of course, we have the Dr. Akin Seti, who is also a former HOD in Lasut. Your children are here too here with us. We know that you will get a message of love on this platform. Thank you very much for all our distinguished fellows. Thank you for your contributions. We may not have all the time to read your citations. We ask that you forgive us on that, but you are deeply and highly appreciated. At this junction, I will hand over now to the NSA president for the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, NSA Secretary Dr. Nkechi Okoje. There is a list, Dr. KK was mentioned and Dr. Okere, but I don't have their details. Please, we will confirm that by tomorrow and get back to you. So these distinguished elders have been recognized, and on behalf of the NSA Executive Committee and the Board of Trustees and all Nigerian Society of Anesthetists members, they have been given a lifetime membership award of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists. Thank you so much. There's information coming that Dr. Mary Ogebe was the first female anesthetist first female doctor in North Central Nigeria, and she launched a book, The Unsung Heroine, which was done in Abuja 2 years ago, and the NSA secretary, Assistant Secretary then, now Secretary Dr. Nkechi Okoje, was able to attend the program and represented NSA at that program. So we're very proud of Dr. Mary Ogebe and her achievements and all on that list. So the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists deemed it wise that they should all join the conference, and they should have a lifetime membership award for their participation, for their service, and for reaching the ripe age of 70 years and above. Some of them are in their 80s, like Professor the one at Shagamu, I'll remember his name just a minute. He has also been a past president of NSA, and he has been very active and very instrumental. So by the powers vested upon me, I want to award a Lifetime Achievement Award of Long Service and Excellence and Leadership to all the mentioned members of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists on that list. And so it is hereby awarded on this 17th day of November 2021 at the occasion of the 29th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting of the Nigerian Society of Anesthetists holding at Nigeria National Ear Care Center, Kaduna, and virtually. And it is hereby so awarded. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So congratulations to all the awardees and all the beneficiaries. Please, members, if we have left out anybody, we have Professor Dunton, but we couldn't reach him. So we will probably do something by tomorrow if we're still able to get somebody to confirm what we should do. Then it will be announced tomorrow. So thank you so much, everybody. I just want to say that I will hand over to the moderator to close the session, but the LOC, please stay back. ESCO members, please stay back for a 10-minute debriefing session. I promise you that it will not be longer than that. Thank you so much. Over to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I wish to thank all the speakers for this session. It has been a very rewarding lecture and eye-opener. With this, we've come to the end of the session, and I wish everyone well. Thank you all.
Okay, please, what time will tomorrow's session start? There's a question on the chat box that we should answer the time. We should announce the timing. Yes, Dr. Yakubu.
But tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, we start by 9 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers and all participants. We highly appreciate you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Lizzie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nkechi.
Thank you for making.
Thank you, Quinette.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mariah.
Your presentation was awesome.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Kennedy, your presentation was awesome, and I learned a lot from it. Each time is a teaching, and I learned a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you for your
Thank you so
time.
much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. God bless.
Bless
Bye
you.
now.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
LOC moderators, please stay on for just 10 minutes. I promise we will not take long. Dr. Yakubu, please, can we just quickly talk for 5-10 minutes? And please, can Mr. Kovani be in attendance too? Mr. Kovani, Ediomi Udo, please, can you join us? And our admin officer, Mr. Francis.
Ma, do you need our moderators to be there too?
My mouth, how things will go, but we thank God we've been able to pull it off. So thank you. Please, everybody should not leave. I'm seeing everybody leaving, including back to you. Please, can you just give us a brief overview?
Are the moderators among, ma?
Yes, moderators are among, because you're going to give moderators. You will please submit your report, and you will be part of the communique drafting committee. So whatever that happened during your session, the summary of the papers that were given during your session, and the conclusions, the highlights, you will please submit them to the Secretary of the LOC, Dr. Hamisu Yakubu, before the last session on Friday, so that the communique can be drafted and be read. So moderators are part of the communique drafting committee, please. Don't go, Dr. Salah. We will need to learn from your experience, what you did today that made your session go well, and what we can do tomorrow to make it even better. You understand? That's why you're staying.
All right,
okay, thank you. So over to you, Dr. Yakubu, the chair. Hello, Dr. Yakubu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. So what happened this morning? Initially, nobody could reach you. I was to drive down to Kaduna today, very early in the morning, to be in National Ear Care Center. Then somebody told me that the network in Kaduna is not good. Better stay in Zaria the way you are. That it will just be a wasted effort. So I said, okay. So I just got another MiFi and another modem, so that I have 5 devices now.
Okay.
5 devices.
5 devices. I'm
we
telling you.
5 devices.
And you know, during my presentation, I used 4. Each one went off, I went to the next one, it went off, I went to the next, like that. I think it was terrible.
It's hot seats. It's hot seats.
I
I
think
think
to
the
do
network
something
is not
about this
stable.
our network in Nigeria.
The network is not stable.
Ma, what I think should have been done is that people should have tested their network and device. They should have been a dry run, and all the lectures and everything should have been in one place after the other, so that the one they've sent to you, you check it, make sure the audio is visible, video is fine, and not today that we'll start checking, especially the keynote speaker, whatever it was.
Yes, it was very tiring. Yes, it was very stressful. So okay, way forward now. Let's quickly make suggestions. So suggestions, Dr. Yakubu, can Mr. Ediomi send all the papers for tomorrow to the moderators of tomorrow and to you?
So that there's
it's okay. I will discuss with him.
Yes, not discuss with him. Look, I know that you are
ask him. Yes.
It's not
ask
about
him to send
nice
us.
now.
Yes.
It cannot be nice now. You will instruct him to
it's
send
okay,
it
ma'am.
and give him the time limit of which to send it this night, so that the moderators can go through the pre-recorded ones and know the ones that are pre-recorded, and the ones that are not pre-recorded, they can call the presenters, or at least inform you, so that you can reach the presenters that your recording was not good. Be ready to present physically.
It's okay, ma'am. We will do that.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is
I wonder why
Mr.
you're on
Diomi
this
here?
call.
Mr. Diomi, are you here, please? Mr. Diomi, can you hear us?
I'm surprised he left. I'm surprised.
He's not here. He's not here.
I'm surprised.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please go ahead, ma. Go ahead,
Yes,
Dr.
good
Briggs.
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Congratulations to us, and
good evening,
I must say that well, what happened was unprecedented, but then the way forward, like Madam Pressy said, from having handled the CME sessions, I know that there are some problems which are surmountable. There are some which are not surmountable. We used to have this kind of messy experience until we adopted what the president herself suggested now. That is, send copies of the presentations to all the moderators, and also tell the presenters to have standby ability to also share their slides in case anybody runs in